Everyone online. See everybody. First meeting in August. It looks like some people are on vacation, perhaps, and not as full a room as we've had in the past. We've got another full agenda, and I'm going to do what I do at every meeting, just reminding us why we're here. Hopefully, by the end of this, you'll all memorize it. Emily, can you just advance? So. We're looking to find areas of consensus. We've got to finalize all that really by October 1st. We're going to be delivering stuff at the state level by October 1st that can go to the Montgomery County delegation, and also looking for recommendations at the county level that we can deliver by mid-October to the council, the executive, and the planning board. Next slide. Just a reminder of the ground rules. I feel like the last few weeks we've done a good job of listening to each other, kind of paying close attention to the different viewpoints, speaking out when you have an issue of concern, or building upon each other's work. And again, it's not the sole job for me to do that. It's everyone kind of contributing to the supported environment. Next slide. So this is our first of 2 meetings in August. We meet again in about 2 weeks, all meetings here. Then we have three-hour meetings scheduled for September. Hopefully we can be done before the 27th, but we'll see. So we've got it on everybody's calendars. Just a reminder, next slide, of some of the key things that are in the letter of intent back in February, looking at where we can improve timeliness, where we can refine deadlines, what's needed to hit benchmarks, shorten timelines, identifying key challenges and opportunities, better aligning county and state functions, methods to work out conflicting issues, paying attention to market trends. And interestingly, when you look at, which we're going to do most of the day today, look at the public testimony, a lot of the comments kind of cover all of those bullets. And then the final, next slide. Hey, Tom. So Delegate Lopez will hopefully be here shortly. She got caught in traffic. She said she'd be here by about 15 minutes before the hour. She did want to share some of her thoughts at this kind of midpoint juncture, just in terms of where she see things going, especially at the state level. But we're going to spend the majority of our time this morning into the afternoon focusing on the public testimony in a pretty detailed way. And so to tee that off, we'll actually have the folks who have helped to kind of organize the testimony, so it makes it a little easier to go through by categories. We'll get a break at some point for lunch, but it's going to be a working lunch, so we'll probably have no more than 10 or so minutes for you to just kind of grab and come back. That conversation will continue, and then probably about 20 minutes before we close, based on the conversation we've had, I want to kind of identify, so what additional work may need to be done between now and the 24th so we can continue constructive conversations on wherever we left off. And to identify, are there specific things we want to make sure that we discuss and address at the meeting on the 24th? And so that's the agenda. And so I think we should get started beginning to look at the testimony, but then when the delegate arrives, I'm going to ask us to just put the conversation on pause so she can speak a little bit, have a conversation with all of you if there are things that you want to talk to her about or clarify, and then we can get back to the discussion about the public testimony. One more slide, and I may be stealing some thunder here, but I just want to acknowledge the excellent work that Libu, Pam, and Christina have done over the last few days to go through voluminous data, qualitative comments from, it was the compilation was like 4 pages, right? And trying to really kind of, and some of the testimony was very lengthy, multiple pages, and trying to really get at, but what's the core thing that they're asking for or recommending? And so that's the spreadsheet that you all should have gotten yesterday. There's additional paper copies if you don't have that in front of you. But again, just want to acknowledge because, you really need a green eye shade to go through the level of detail of the comments. But everything was looked at, everything was put into tentative categories. I just, again, not wanting to steal thunder, but the most common kind of things that went into categories around public involvement, governance, environmental issues, and around master plans and zoning. And so we'll have an opportunity to kind of dig into all of that. But with that, let me turn it over to the three of you, since you lived with this data for 2 or 3 days, just quickly kind of sharing top line thoughts and that kind of thing.
Sure. So I took the written testimony. So one thing I wanted to note here, both for people in the room and people watching, I did quotes since it was written. So it was verbatim, like the actual words from the letters, obviously not the letters in entirety. So I tried to take out the recommendations and the bigger topics that they said. I will note, you've all probably seen it. We did get like 3 or 4, I think, additional letters Thursday, Friday that are not included in this chart. So I just wanted to flag that, that I think they were emailed to everybody. But that's how the written testimony worked, is I just took quotes of and because we're going through it like this, it's broken up line by line. So you'll see, like, for example, like MVIA has several rows because we broke up each of their comments and recommendations and general feedback.
Great.
Morning, everyone. I took a stab at the oral testimony that was given. I used a transcribe feature so that I could actually see it written and try to, represent as best I could what people were saying. Occasionally, that was even difficult to transcribe, couldn't make out some of the words, and even when you went back and listened to the auditory, especially the very last listening section where I think there was some issues with maybe the communication or the audio quality for some people, it was very hard to determine. And so what I will say is, we received the notes from that meeting just yesterday. I will go back, double check those notes against what we have in the chart, and if there's anything to update or improve on that, I will do that. But there are quotes around it because it isn't verbatim. It was very hard sometimes to hear exactly what somebody was saying. People also do lots of verbal pauses, so there was no reason to literally transcribe sometimes what people said. It wasn't very clear. It was easier to try to pull it out. So if anyone, especially if people are watching or people who gave the testimony have comments or want to add anything to clarify what is included in the chart, we're happy to receive that.
And then when I looked at it after Pam and Lavu did all of that work, I just looked at it to try and put them into categories that would be useful for us to work with. It's probably not a perfect science, honestly, because some of these can go in multiple categories. I just chose one that it seemed to fit. So it gave us more structure so that we can go through this and try to talk through each main category to figure out what our recommendations are and next steps.
I also just want to acknowledge Kimberly for the excellent work she has done in between all of the meetings. So she created excellent notes for the last work group meeting and excellent notes from the public hearing. So that was also helpful in terms of doing this organization and categorizing. Any questions just about the process that we went through to try and, basically when we looked at what we had Thursday and Friday, it was like, this is going to be really hard to go through unless it has some structure to it. Because you might have something relevant to record plats on page 1 of the spreadsheet and all the way down to page 23. And it's like, we can't be doing that kind of hunt and peck for stuff. So I really appreciate this kind of organization because I think it helps streamline the conversation we hope to have today and probably into our next meeting. But any questions, clarifications around the process to get us here to this document? And does anyone need copies of the document? Because we are going to go through it starting in a moment. Everyone's good?
Are there copies of the?
There's some right here. Yeah.
Say it again. Yeah, there's copies right here. It's the thick stapled document. And hopefully folks online also have that up, received that last night so that you can be looking throughout the spreadsheet, but also being able to see what's up on the Zoom, or I'm sorry, the Teams screen. And perfect timing.
Thanks for your.
Welcome, Delegate Lopez. So I've done kind of the setup for the day, and we just talked about how all the public testimony and comments got organized for us to go through today. And so I know that you wanted to make some opening remarks, and so
Sure.
now's a perfect time to do that.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. I mean, no matter how much time I try to allot for daycare drop off and traffic from Clarksburg to Wheaton always causes me a little bit more difficulty than I would like. So appreciate your patience. I've tried to kind of be quiet and let the work group play out throughout this process, because I think that's really important, just to let things flow organically. And so now we're at the point where we're a little bit past the halfway point and we're in the home stretch. And so I thought now would be a good time to kind of explain where I'm at and kind of the direction where I see things moving in. First, I want to say just thank you again for your participation and your commitment to this work group. I think when I started this process, I knew having a work group with this kind of makeup from all different parts of our county government was going to be unusual. But I don't think I fully understood how kind of unprecedented it was. And so I know this is a very unique opportunity, and I think everyone here has kind of seen that as an opportunity to move things forward. And so I just want to put that out there, that I do really appreciate it, and I'm aware of that. Where I feel in terms of legislation, first let me say I have no intent to introduce anything outside of what is the consensus of this work group. Right. Whatever we come up with is what I will be moving forward. From the conversations I've had individually and collectively where I think we're at, I think there's three kind of umbrellas of things. The first piece of legislation has already been discussed here within the work group, is trying to align the State Highway Administration's timeline to really what Montgomery County Department of Transportation's timeline looks like. From my understanding, that means moving from a 45-day cycle to a 30-day cycle. And so if there's someone here that I could task with figuring out what you want the specific change to look like, I can work with our bill drafters to expedite that process, so that way it will definitely clear what our deadline is. So I don't want to volunteer or voluntold anyone, but let me know if that person is you and that's something you'd want to do. I mean, really, by like the end of the day. Okay, perfect, Tom. Okay.
Thank you, Don.
I want to be express urgency, but my chief of staff is on vacation this week, and so it probably it's going to take us a little bit of time to get everything geared up too. But it's a thing that's coming. The second bill concept was brought up by the park and planning folks, and that is to change the plat recordation process to be streamlined. So I think there's only one approval as opposed to two. I'm giving the cliff notes of that, but I think that's the crux of that. And so I'll work with you folks to make sure that the legislation looks like how it's supposed to look. My goal is to do all of this up front as tightly as possible, so we don't have to do 20 rounds of amendments, and it can pass as cleanly as possible, because it just slows down the process once we discover, kinks down the road, right? The third thing, and this is a bit more nebulous, from the public testimony, it seems clear that there is a notification. There's concerns about the notification process. And I think anytime when we can commit ourselves to transparency is time well spent. And so I don't know exactly, what I would want to do there, but I know that there will have to be a short-term approach and then a long-term approach. as a lawmaker, I only have certain tools, and to me, it doesn't make sense to kind of shoehorn a notification process that might work for the next 5 years, but technology changes and the way people use information changes and our culture of how we share information changes. So it's not necessarily something I can say like, you know, we need 5 tweets and 4 posters, or, I mean, that doesn't make sense to have a bill like that. I think coming up with some short-term ways to address community concerns with a long-term look forward is like every 5 years we do maybe an audit that includes community members or something along those lines, right? I know that's the direction I would want to go in. How that looks like in terms of how that can be administered, I would look to you subject matter experts to tell me what needs to happen there, and particularly to the folks who are doing the community work to say like, this is what folks need. My expectation is that we would talk to some of the folks who have provided written testimony and like circle back with them and say, hey, this is something we're going to prioritize. Let's have another conversation. Whether that looks like, you know, just individual, I mean, a lot of it deals with scheduling, right? Whether that's like individual conversations or whether we like sit down and have a Zoom about it or something. I defer to other folks what might work, but I think there's people who have consistently expressed concerns about this, and this provides an opportunity to come up with some type of way of, making sure our notification system actually meets the needs of our community and how people use information. For that third part, I don't know, I guess perhaps over the course of the day when you're talking over the testimony, you can kind of come to some type of consensus about how to operationalize that. I really don't want to put any more work on your plate. I think there's a way to keep this process streamlined, like maybe, we go over the testimony, figure out how we're going to reach back out to folks we need to reach back out to, and then maybe meet sometime in between the next work group to come up with what specifically we should do. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, I know that the most comments for a category that came in was what was termed public involvement, that will have kind of notification issues in it. So, I think part of what we have to do today and potentially into next time is to really, what are we hearing? Are we hearing different issues or same issues over and over again? And what implications does that have for how we do notifications in the future? So I think we need to go through it. I know for me, I've scanned this, I haven't kind of internalized anything. So I think we all need to kind of do that, really understand what we're hearing from public testimony, kind of what's consistent, where there's real diversity in terms of people's perspectives, and then see what makes the most sense. That would be, so, and I'm sure, except perhaps the 3 folks who really dug into the data over the last couple of days, really don't even yet know what all those public involvement comments are. So I think we need to digest that today.
What I would just say is, so it might end up that there can be legislative changes related to all of that, and there could be internal process changes that the planning department would say, this is our rules of procedure, this is how we do things, but we would change X, Y, and Z. It doesn't require legislation to do that, but also would be a response to community. So there could be both.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's really important as we're moving into looking at what has been proposed to change, is that there are going to be certain things, probably in the smaller pot, that go to the state level that can be put into bills. And then at the county level, which is, I think, probably where most stuff will be directed, some are perhaps county council legislation, but a lot can just potentially be internal operations, internal processes, kind of cross collaboration. So I think that's part of what we need to figure out as we go through this today, is like, what's really being asked and where does the onus of responsibility go if we really go forward with it. So, but any questions for Delegate Lopez around what she's identified so far?
No, I don't have any questions. Those are great ideas, and it'll be our responsibility to flesh them out, give them more substance. There was a lot of testimony on the plats. not as much as community involvement, but it's been raised a lot in the development community. So take a very serious look.
It sounds like there's already, you know, some momentum there and it's happening organically and, you know, I feel like that's, I don't ever want to call anything low hanging fruit because everything's more complicated than what it seems. And I'm discovering that even more and more with development. But it does feel like that's a good kind of first step forward. And, you know, I care a lot about, you know, changes that might happen at the county level, but that's just not the area that I can do anything about. And so hopefully, you know, those conversations will continue on and great changes will continue.
Diane, you had a question or a comment?
Yeah, I do have a comment. I think that it's important to recognize that in the conversations about record plats, that number one, there's one issue which I've seen overarching through the attorneys, the law firms who have commented and the developers who have commented in the timelines that are involved on record plat. But I also think it's important to note that there's only really one purpose for which DPS is signing off on these plats for the most part, which has to do with the fact that it requires health sanitarian sign off. And the health sanitarians are designated under the state law, and that is delegated to DPS. There is a function that relates to making sure that there's proper sanitary systems in place, both for the well and septic and the water and sewer. So I just think that before everybody goes to make changes, everybody needs to understand what it is.
No, it's an important point. I think that's true for everything we consider here.
Mm-hmm.
And I do want to mention just on record plats, it is for a property owner, a small property owner, it is the thing that says where their property ends. And so, you know, we just have to make sure that there's enough public notice to the adjacent property owners and those nearby, because it ultimately becomes, you know, how the property owner knows where the end of their property is. And, you know, it's people build fences and, you know, if they're not clear about where your property ends, you end up with other problems. So, just have to make sure there's sufficient public notice, but that's one of the details that we can work through.
Great, thanks, Tom. Anyone else? All right. So why don't we begin going through the spreadsheet? Sharice, you should definitely join the table, please. We can slide down to make room. That would be great. So we're going to go through from the top of the document and category by category and as necessary line by line. And I think what we'd like to do as much as possible for each line is to understand kind of where this is going in terms of direction. Like, is this moving to some kind of recommendation? Is this moving towards more research that needs to be done? And then, you know, as this or if this moves forward, where's its home base? Where does it belong in terms of an agency or organization that takes at least lead responsibility on it? What I will also say, you know, so as we know, this is a 40+ page document. I don't want to spend too much time on any one thing if we can avoid it. But I think there are going to be some things here that are really complex, maybe somewhat controversial, and we at least need to understand kind of the full range of views on it as we figure out, all right, so what are we going to do with it coming out of this meeting? So I don't have a perfect process for doing this. So bear with me in it as we're going through. If you feel like maybe we can do it a little differently to expedite it, I'm wide open to ideas. Christina.
So I actually, based off of what Delegate Lopez just said, what I would throw out there and see if everybody else is amenable to this is I would actually focus on those 3 items. You know, the first 2 are are right there, and the notice is down below, and so is public input.
Sure, we can do that.
And really work on those, because it sounds like those are the ones that we need, you know, something to come out of this with. And then after we do those, we can focus on the other items to figure out, you know, what next steps are on those ones. But, you know, I think it's not a bad thing if we spend significant time working through those.
Okay. How does that sound to folks in terms of trying to align where we focus initially in this conversation with the areas that Delegate Lopez has identified?
My only concern is that we got quite a bit of more written statements after this compilation, which, you know, I mean, this was incredible work that you all did. And I'm thinking in particular, I was reading it, and there were comments on the plat issue and some proposals. So it will be a bit incomplete, but as long as we don't make any final.
Yeah, so I think the one thing that I didn't say, I had a conversation with Delegate Lopez last week, and so there's a survey that either went out or is going out early this week that has some specific questions we're looking to get answered. And we've extended the deadline for that, I think per Kate's, was it Kate? No, I think maybe it was Diane said last time. People are on vacation, August is a tough time, they may not pay attention. So we're extending it till September 1st, where people can fill out their survey if they feel like they have important perspectives on the specific questions we're asking. So that's one. And that any other kind of public comment is also available for people to make until that same date, September 1st. Right. So I don't think we consider anything final today for sure, because we know we're going to get more. What I would say for the specific thing you mentioned about record plats is, as we're talking about record plats here on the specific things that show up in this document, if there are things that you want to bring from any comments that were made since whatever the 3rd or 4th, just highlight that, and obviously that will end up in a next version of this document. But if there's something important that we need to know that came out of those comments, please bring them up. Gary.
Does it help to almost categorize as state and county? So Leslie list that we just went through the consensus, that's more the state list. Then there's, I think, a lot more work for the county list, which is allow this, which could be done by policy or county regulation versus the state. So maybe that's a way to focus on
for sure.
Is that we do the state list to Christina's point, and then do the county list.
So I don't know, kind of beyond what the delegate identified in her remarks, there may be other state stuff that doesn't show up in the 3 areas that she talked about. So I think we'll have to decide, do we want to find all of those kind of immediately, or do we take them as we go through kind of the order? But so my proposal would be, if everyone's comfortable with it, so we'll start with state timelines, we'll go to plats, then we'll look at public involvement, and then we'll see where we are on time and what makes sense to address next.
I would do notice. Notice is a separate thing. I would do notice first, then public involvement, but then you have to.
So is notice a separate category?
Okay.
All right.
Perfect.
Okay, that makes it easier because public involvement has 30 comments. Right?
I know, because it's a lot of different ideas that kind of fall.
Okay, I didn't catch that.
This was not a perfect science.
Yeah,
Understood.
we're gonna cover everything eventually.
Yes.
None of this is perfect science.
I was thinking when we cover notice that we would also cover the pre-application community meeting. Because that's a big part of them getting their.
So that's in public involvement. Right. So we'll cover that when we get to the public involvement piece.
Yeah, I'm
Follow
just
that
saying
after
in my mind, that those steps all go together, so.
Yeah, so we can
Yes.
We're not gonna cover everything.
after notification, we can begin to look at public involvement, because it is the biggest category. And, I think for folks, for the public out there watching this, we'll watch it later. We'll want to make sure that we're treating this as a priority. So why don't we do it that way? All right. So going to the top of the spreadsheet, state timelines. I'm not going to try to know what all the acronyms are, but the first line says we suggest, and this goes back to what the delegate said, legislation for SHA's review time to be reduced from 45 to 30 days to mirror DOT's review of such studies. We've heard that many times throughout this entire process. It seems like something that people feel pretty keenly about. The delegates identified it. So any specific additional discussion that we need to have here?
I'd actually like to add something to that if it's possible, and I recognize this could have a budget impact.
Yeah.
But one of the things when I was DPS director that I had tried to bring on is I met with SHA to try to get them to have a person that sat in the offices of DPS like we did with WSSC. So that would help to improve the one-stop shop implementation, and also to have for code design consultations. It certainly would make things a lot better. And now having park and planning with the planning staff and the GPS staff in the same building and WSSC in the same building, it would be terrific if SHA would have an engineer on site to join in the reviews.
Okay, I've noted that here. And you said so that's something that WSSC is already doing?
Yep.
Yes, okay, all right,
I got my own views.
all right.
Does SHA know that this is headed their way?
Well,
Not today.
I was going to say, I think that it's important that we coordinate with them, just to let them know how critical this is for the county and why it's needed, because they'll have, this will take more staff or something or other. Just never know how they're going to react.
I know they were invited to this work
And
group,
they
right?
participated
Okay.
in a few. I've seen Quasey's name up here, but I don't know what involvement on their level. One thing I'd like to bring up is I don't personally know where this is in the legislative
I don't know yet either.
function.
It could be in regulations or it could be in state statute. And so either way.
So I think that's something that we would have to find out, is where this is actually housed.
So I reached out to our incoming chair of ENT, and from my just brief exchange with him, I'm pretty sure it is in the state statute. And I mean, that's.
I mean, the operational
conflicted
piece may
things.
not be, and
Yeah.
so it might be a memorandum of understanding between WSSC and the fact that they're housed at DPS.
If
And
it's not state statute, you could make it state statute, but.
Yeah.
That's true.
I can talk to Melanie Wenger, who's the the executive and the county council's legislative person. And
So-
she'll know.
Yeah. So matters involving SHA and the access permits and state roads would be under state law for sure. What we did with WSSC is we did do it as an MOU with them, and it could be done either way. I think that the staying power is a legislative solution, though, particularly for the timelines.
For the time, for sure.
Yeah.
But for staffing.
Right. I was talking about the timelines.
Yeah.
So Delegate Lopez, you said you were going to alert them just to make sure that they know that this is moving forward. Tom, was there something specific you were going to talk to
Melanie Wenger, but just drafting the bill. I mean, I can draft bills, but she's does it all the time. So.
Just a point on the person doesn't have to be really situated in this office anymore. Right now, we do everything virtually. Our design consultation is virtual. A lot of stuff. I know when we did the MOU with WSSC, it was a different time. That was 10 years ago, and there has been discussion actually that maybe those staff, they don't need to be situated over here because everything, but we have them over here. But again, I agree 100% to do the MOU, but not physically if it's hard for them. As long as they're available and attend this meeting, that's the important one.
Okay.
I'll follow up and I'll let Steve and the group know what I hear from them.
Okay. Any other comments about this item, Sharice?
It's a question comment, and it's related to the testimony that we heard last week. with regards to the community members who are initiating their own traffic transportation study. And just kind of looking at all of these, both of these comments are talking about the review period. And then the last comment is talking about should they even be involved at the local level. So just trying to understand from the process that's already in place and I guess the equity involved. If the developer is initiating a transportation study that is not positively impacting the community who maybe didn't have an opportunity to review it, where in this timeline or where in the process is the opportunity to address that point?
The traffic study and by the developer and
Yeah, just.
how that works. Is that in a different?
It's under a different,
Set of
yeah, I put that kind of under traffic concern, I think, or it's somewhere, but it's not under the timeline. I don't
For
remember.
public
exactly.
involvement, maybe it's under there.
Yeah,
The comment he made was that the parking lot that's going with this developer's thing is that it's going to impact transportation flow through their community. So just,
I think
it
there's,
doesn't fall into.
yeah, it's under the
I
traffic
think there's a
concerns
section.
section.
Right. No, but this is exactly the kind of questions we need to be clear on. It's like, I know something is in here somewhere. Is it something we can address on another line, or do we need to bring it in here? So I'm glad you said that. Don't.
So I think for that one that Sharice is specifically mentioning, I think there might be some code requirements that access be provided on the lowest classification of roadway. So in that that one resident's particular example, he was near a major intersection and there was a lower classification of roadway access at the rear of the block, and the development went over the whole block. And so there are certain things that, from, not to complicate it too much, but there are certain things that we may need to look at in other codes, not just state legislation, because there's intersection spacing requirements. You may only be able to go right in, right out. If you're too close to that signalized intersection at Forest Glen and Georgia Avenue, you may not be able to put a median break in and safely get folks across this, the oncoming traffic to enter from Georgia Avenue. So that there's a lot to unpack on that particular one.
On that particular comment you're saying, Tim?
Yeah. It's I understand exactly where the resident was coming from. He doesn't want the 200 vehicles coming through that particular street. But there may be some other reasons, and that's kind of where, the state, through their access permit process, that's where they control that, and that's going to be, that's a whole other. There probably could be a work group to fix that process.
So I just want to be clear on this particular item, the reducing from 45 days to 30 days. It's reviewing what specifically, just so we're all clear on what we're talking about reducing the time frame for.
Aren't these comments to the DRC?
Yeah.
SHA's comments to the DRC, right? So wouldn't that be in the subdivision chapter?
But it's part of a traffic study, to be clear. I mean, that's what, when the traffic study is ready to be sent out to the agencies, to DOT, to SHA, there's a time frame by which they have to review that study. And so that's what that 45 or that 30 days refers to. It's their time to actually review.
So Robert, yes, it's part of the traffic study, but State Highway is also, I believe, looking at other things when they're tying into the state storm drain system. They're looking at the same kind of, safety, site distance, design criteria.
Sure.
So not just the traffic study, and that's kind of where, if the way SHA handles their reviews, they farm it out to all these different technical disciplines, and it's always been a challenge. The state has had numerous attempts to kind of improve their access management, their access permit process. And perhaps a legislative timeline would help with that, because I don't think they're adequately resourced for it. And then if there's anything that requires some creativity or deviation beyond, the norm, getting, their senior managers or their middle managers to approve stuff that is reasonable, but, just not per 100% by the book. That's difficult for them.
I just want to be, so there's a number of tasks that SHA has to take on during their current 45 days that we're talking about reducing to 30. So obviously a conversation with them, Delegate Lopez, is important so that they're aware that this is coming down the pike. And my guess is, this process at all, there may be some pushback, and so just figuring out kind of how to negotiate and reconcile that.
Yeah, that's exactly the point I was trying to make, is be ready for it so that when we propose it, we're armed with the kind of counter arguments.
Okay.
I would ask I'll be fast, for the good of the order, for folks who work in neighboring jurisdictions, do other county departments of transportations use a 45-day timeline, or is it universally a 30-day timeline? Like, is Montgomery County so fast that we're?
Yeah, I think it varies, because St. Gatesburg has their own timeline and their planning commission meets twice a month versus Montgomery County Planning Commission meets, every Thursday. So that varies based on the jurisdiction.
So we wouldn't be, it wouldn't be unheard of to ask for them to move to a 30-day timeline because other jurisdictions do it.
Yeah, and the county does it 30 days. So my one comment I was going to say is, with the legislation, if by default the state doesn't get to it in the 30 days, or they want to keep the 45 days, and sometimes they don't even review it in the 45 days. They're like, we're overworked or whatever. But if by default it would defer to a county review, that might be a way to expedite it and push them a little bit.
Sure.
But that would be the fail-safe if they have the 30 days matches up, because that's, I think, the big thing, matches up to the county calendar. But then if they don't respond or they don't review it in the 30 days, then would it default to the county's reviewing it anyway? So does the county review then supersede that? And if that works or not, I don't know.
That sounds like a very diplomatic approach that they would appreciate. So I'll offer it.
All right. Anything more to be said on this item? So Delegate Lopez is going to have a conversation with them. Tom, you're going to take a look at what legislation might look like. Delegate Lopez, you'll circle back to us to let us know kind of any issues that may have come up by alerting them. Anything else that we need to be focused on doing between now and the 24th?
I have another layman's question. It's just because I'm looking at our little, map and all that, and trying to see a lot of the conversations we're having, the ability for the groups to shorten their timelines could come from more effective site plan review, and a lot of these things kind of happening preliminarily. So my questions to the developers in the room, when it comes to the transportation study, before it gets to DRC review, before the application is submitted and formally accepted, where is there in your process an opportunity to maybe try to streamline some of these things? Does it already exist? Could it exist? Would it help? Spotlight's on you.
What kind of streamline, which things?
So we're talking about shortening the review of the transportation study. So if some of the issues that are causing the review to take as long as it is include community feedback or, to Tim's point, storm drain management and any of those things, just from your experience, is there anything that you could do before the application or that can be done during site plan review when your application is submitted that could help to shorten the transportation review period?
There's a number of things that you have to do before you submit. And part of that is you have to meet with park and planning. There's a scoping meeting. And there's agreement with the traffic engineer on a scoping letter. So that there's like a pre or a preliminary review, because you have to agree, are you studying 5 intersections or 100 intersections?
Mm-hmm.
And that's all before you submit. The other thing, which is a twist, is for the code, you can't do traffic counts during the summer or holidays because you know cars aren't on the road. So that's something you have to factor in when you submit. So like if I wanted to do a traffic study right now, I can't, because kids are out of school, so less traffic on the road. So that's in the mix, but all that's done, that's 6 months before you actually submit. And then when you submit DRC, you want this 30-day or 45 days. That's what we're trying to think up that review after you've done all that preliminary work and study.
Can I just follow up a question? So that's one of those pre-application processes that you all have to deal with, which do we have a timeline for that where, for all the stuff that you do before the application goes in? I know that we've talked about a lot of these, but I just, what do you start with when you first go to park and planning or to DOT? And then what are the steps you have to do? So there's a scope meeting. Is that the first step, or is there some, and I know a lot of this is like working things out informally can be a big benefit, but just for us to know how that process works, which things do you do? And I don't want to get too far off topic on this, but I think that question kind of.
When we get to intake, maybe that's where we get the weeds on that,
that's
because
great.
a lot of stuff you can run parallel, like the traffic engineer will run with the traffic study and the scoping letter and all that. That has to be worked out before.
Yeah.
But then we talk about natural resource inventory. There's some public meetings, outreach meetings. Maybe that's all more with intake that we get in those details.
Is the traffic study part of intake?
Yeah, because you have to submit that. That's one of those things on the checklist that you have to submit. For subdivision, you have to submit a traffic study. There's a de minimis rule, but that's for really small applications.
Kate, did you want to add anything to either one of those questions, or?
No, but I would have to agree with Gary that there's a lot of things that you try to run in parallel because that helps to save you time in the long run. So you have a traffic engineer that's doing all your traffic work. You have an environmental person that's doing all your, MDE stuff and trying to get, all your forest stand delineations and things like that. You have your civil that's kind of do this. You have a bunch of people working in parallel. And a lot of these things you just kind of manage internally, and you kind of have a target date of when you want to submit, and you just kind of try to manage to that. And you kind of set expectations along the way. So there's really no formalized process that we go through. It varies from project to project. And to Gary's point too, there's certain times when you can't do certain things.
So advocating for year-round schools so traffic studies can be done all summer is probably not on the
That's the only reason.
It's a different.
Right.
And we won't count holidays either. That's another discussion.
Really none of my business, so.
All right, so moving on to line 2. Out of 407.
I hate to stay on the one. Yeah, well, so I was going to just ask, there's one additional thing under state timelines. That's the first two are the same, I think, but I guess Casey's comment, the SHA making effective local land use decisions. Is there more background on that, or is it something that we would just have to get Casey's?
So you're talking about line 3 here.
Line 3.
Uh-huh.
1 and 2 look.
They were the same.
Well, I think what he's referring to, all right, sure is.
Go ahead.
Is the fact that many of our critical roads in the middle of these urban areas are state highway, they're state roads. And state highway and of course Robert knows everything about this, but state highway has their own ideas with these state standards that, maybe more like, if you're trying to make time, get through the intersections fast as opposed to helping with pedestrians and all that. So I think that's what he means, but I'm not.
Yeah, I think, and maybe I might defer to Tim as well, but I think part of the analysis in some of these downtown areas, Silver Spring, even Wheaton, Bethesda, where you do have Pike and Rose, where you have state roads running through. I think what he's saying is, Montgomery County DOT does a lot of the work to focus on maintenance. They do a lot of the work to focus on kind of the day-to-day operations. And I think the way I read it is, defer kind of the decisions on what happens within those road sections to the local government. That's how I read that.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's just a matter of like slowing traffic for a place
It
like
may
Pike
not just
Road.
be slowing traffic. It may be, pedestrian safety. It might be certain streetscape improvements. All those things, I think, get wrapped into maybe utilities, get wrapped into kind of the local review.
Yeah.
Sure. I think the way I took Casey's comment was, congestion, travel times, mobility. There's a relationship between land use and transportation networks, and you can't divorce the two, because if you plan for an inadequate transportation network, but want to achieve all this density, and you're making assumptions based off of travel mode choices and things like that people are going to choose, you're going to, it's not going to work unless there is some level of realism. The county and planning are less concerned about congestion, I think, as a metric. We're more concerned about mobility. We're concerned about, having transit. We're concerned about having alternate modes to get to the, serve people regardless of how they choose to get to the, what mode they choose to use. Vision Zero is a component of it for us. And I think where the state, they're coming on board with a lot of these things, but they have also this responsibility for, intrastate and interstate travel. And, an example might be something like US 29, which is a US route, and it's a freight route, and it is, an important corridor between, Howard County, Baltimore, going down even into the district and into Virginia, and points north as well. So they have this focus that it has a bigger picture in mind, like a 30,000 foot view. And that is going to be in direct conflict with some things that, we might envision from a land use perspective for what US 29 could look like as far as number of lanes, whether it's a boulevard, that kind of stuff. So I think that's where Casey was going with that, because their management of that's their road, it's their corridor. They've got these other things beyond Montgomery County that they're concerned about, but that can impact the effectiveness of the land use decisions that we're making.
So it also, Tim, don't forget too, I think Casey may also be thinking about on-street parking because, and also design speeds. So, which goes into, a lot of times comes up in the urban areas.
And they're making progress in this. They've adopted some context sensitive solutions that are similar to our complete streets design guide. They're not nearly as, they're following us. They ask us tons of questions. But it's they do have these other responsibilities that have to be balanced. And I think just telling them to butt out, I don't know, some of their responsibilities are important considerations from a state perspective.
So
I was just gonna say a perfect example is the use of hawk signals, which the county has adopted using on their roads, but the state has been very, very reluctant despite residents begging for them in certain locations, so.
That's something
So
that maybe the legislature could get the Department of Transportation's attention.
Yes, there are things that with the Maryland modifies the federal manual on uniform traffic control devices. And without getting too detailed, there are policy decisions that the state makes that they take what is allowed nationwide and restrict its use in Maryland. And, you know, perhaps there are things that could be done at the policy level that would make things more congruent with what, you know, we know work in other jurisdictions that we'd love to implement here, but that we're unable to do because the way we've written our own state regulations.
Amanda, I want to make sure that, but you we're talking about traffic signals or?
Yeah, the example is the hawk signal.
Or pedestrian activated.
Yeah, pedestrian activated red light signals.
Well, and some of that's even driven by WTOP. You know, we had to change state law because WTOP kept on saying that you treat a traffic signal that's out as a four-way stop, which wasn't in concurrence with state law. So now any dark signal now you have to stop at. And that's kind of why, you know, the hawk, that's their particular heartache with the hawk signals. The way that it operates is it's dark until a pedestrian pushes the button. But because Bob Marburg on WTOP kept saying this and the state law changed, now any dark signal you have to stop at. So there's it's kind of a funny story how that came to be. But you know, so those are the kinds of things that could be changed specifically for that traffic signal process.
So let's go to Pam next.
So I was listening early on, Tim had made a comment of, wow, we could do a whole work group on access. And so what I'm hearing is there are a lot of issues with access. And so it may have to be one of the issues that we put in a different category. That is, there are real issues with access. It may not be within the timeframe that we can address all of that in a comprehensive fashion and in the detail in which it really needs addressing during what we're doing here. So maybe that's one of the things you have to put a pin in. And we continue to work on that after October 15th or after October 1st, because we've spent a lot of time this morning on this, and I don't see a clear resolution to it. And we
Right, well, there's a lot wrapped into the single sentence that Casey Anderson made, right? So
that's my point.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Possibly
different.
too much for what we have on our plate.
Sure. So one recommendation to kind of follow on to what Pam's saying is perhaps there could be a legislative mandate to do this at the state level. Because they do, that does happen from time to time. The state is directed to perform certain studies or look at certain things. And, you know, they do move on it when directed to do so.
Okay. I may want to follow up with you on what exactly that means, Tim, post-meeting.
Sure.
Just so that we are kind of clear on any action that needs to be followed up on. Charisse?
I'm in a squeaky wheel mode this morning. I feel like I'm talking a whole lot, but really I am trying to unpack the things and see where there's opportunity to, I don't know, fix whatever is not working effectively. So Gary made the comment, and I'm asking again a process question. So if we take a corridor like 29, or if we take New Hampshire Avenue that stretches from, you know, one section to the other section, and you have multiple developers and developments in progress, can you reuse traffic studies? Do the people who are reviewing the traffic studies say, okay, we have already studied this section of New Hampshire Avenue for this development over here. We can use some of the content from that, which may help to shorten this period, but specifically for their intersection and da-da-da-da, that's a little more granular. Can you tell me if that?
So I'll try to answer as best I can. I'm not the traffic engineer, but when the scoping study is performed, and that's actually coordinated with DOT as well by our office, we have usually the traffic consultant saying this is what our development that would be coming in is going to try and achieve, number of units, square footage, whatever that might be. And there's like a first tier of intersections that would be studied that are more on the local level. And then it goes out beyond that to look at other intersections that might be impacted by that development. So that's the first part of it. And I think hopefully that answers one part of your question. The other part is that development would have to take into account other nearby development that's come in too, or anything that might be in the queue that has come in that may not have been approved, but is still kind of in that pipeline, so to speak. And so it might stretch it out and go beyond the local or the more regional intersections to other ones that have been impacted as well. So there's a number of studies and evaluations that are done.
Money.
Thumbs up.
Okay.
I'm done. Does that answer your question, Sharice?
Do you have those privileges that you can just do?
I don't kill
What
it
did-
on
what
the
did-
draw, but you gotta be careful.
I hear that it's taken into account in some respect, but I'm not hearing that it's, factored in. I'm just going to keep using just sections where we know that development is coming, or, Rockville Pike. I mean, those areas where you've got a lot of things in progress. I'm hearing you say, yes, the developers have to take into account other people's developments and what's going on. What I think I'm looking for is, can the content from one traffic study be plugged in somewhere to that magic machine, that says, this is what can be done here, that might inform the person who's reviewing the study specifically for a specific development, but they can take into account some of the bigger things that have already been addressed or factored
And I
in.
think the short answer is it does,
Okay.
but with some caveats. So if I had a development that's at down by the Trader Joe's and on 29, it probably wouldn't take into account a development in Burtonsville, and that may be too far away.
Yeah,
So
that's
there's
a
going
far
to be a
stretch.
distance requirement, I think, in terms of what's evaluated and what's not.
Because the
One
other
thing that-
part of that- Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, is what I think Sharice is getting at, so there's two components to the traffic study, right? There's what's out there now, and then there's what are the impacts of this particular development and how does it mesh with what the developers are around it. And one of the things that I've outside of this group have been curious about, there's all kinds of data that are out there now that didn't exist years ago, big data that's disaggregated from cell phone companies. And perhaps that's something we could look at as a source of data so that we don't have to go out and do traffic counts and get it to the right season. That could at least, take one step of kind of that pre-application work and streamline that process. Could we have a group between planning and DOT and state highway that studies it and develops some sort of, tests it and then develops a process where that could be used instead of going out and doing new traffic counts each and every time.
Because that was the other part of the question was, if you have that data available, then the 6 months out of the year that the developer can't do traffic studies because the traffic flow is different, but you've already got data specific to that area for the periods that it would be relevant. So why can't they use that and maybe make some type of percentage adjustment somewhere?
Yeah, I think it's a huge opportunity, not only for developers, but for, kind of our own capital program.
I think these are really good ideas. and we're getting into the weeds on traffic studies and stuff.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure, can we put a pin on all of this to talk about it when we get to the traffic part? Because this was supposed to be just the timeline change for SHA, which I know starts to devolve into all this other stuff. But just in the interest of trying to keep going, that's what I put out there.
I just want to say that the traffic study, in my mind, is much more than just a traffic issue. Because this is something where the community, as long as I can remember, has been concerned about these traffic studies and the basis for them, and how they do the counts and all the methodology of it. And because it's the basis step for a lot of decisions. And it's done before anybody can really get a handle on it. So when we get to that pre-application process and then the community issues, that'll probably show up again.
Bring it up again, yeah.
So, but traffic studies is not a subcategory on its own in here, is that
No,
right?
it's just, I mean, like I said, I put these things into
Right,
giant.
into big categories. Okay, so
Good, but does traffic study fall under the transportation study, or am I could be totally mixed, terminology is a huge thing in this county. If you use the word wrong, then people start thinking one thing totally different.
I know.
So is
I
it
think
not
I
a
put
part
that
of
under
it?
like traffic
There's traffic
concerns.
concerns, yeah.
I think that's where I put that sort of thing. Because there were a lot of comments about like what you were just talking about, Meredith, like, who's doing these traffic studies? When are they being done? That sort of thing.
Are we using those terms interchangeably? Please help me understand. Traffic study and transportation study, are they not the same? Or are they the same? Because if they're the same, then that's what we're talking about, right? If we want to say shorten your period for review, then you want to have the argument of how they can shorten the period for review when you get the pushback. So that's why I'm asking the questions to understand
I see.
the precursor to the process. But if I'm using the terminology wrong, tell me, because I do that.
And I'm with you, Sharice, in terms of, not fully understanding all the terminology, but in terms of the 45 to 30 days, that's like a transportation review, right? Traffic study is something that happens to like look in real detail on what's going on in and around the development, how it impacts crosswalks, all that kind of stuff, right? So traffic studies are separate from this 45-day and 30-day transportation review.
Yeah, this is like a review time period versus the study, which is, part of what they're reviewing, obviously. But that's being done
The
separate from
traffic
this.
review leads into the transportation review. It's one of the things we're
Study
looking
leads
at.
into the- I mean, it's really just to sync it with what the county's doing. The county has 30 days to look at the same material. And this is just about, can the state look at the exact same material in 30 days instead of 45? It's that simple. And all these other idiosyncrasies of traffic studies and public participation and all that, really valid, and we'll get to going.
So I want to make sure I'm tracking. So the next thing we said we were going to talk about was the notifications. Is that what we said? Or
No,
plats?
plats.
Okay. All right. So plats is the next category down in your sheet if you're looking at your own. And by my count, there's 12 comments. I don't know how similar or different they all are. So looking at the first one from Miles and Stockbridge, July 12th written. It's one of.
Yeah. I'd like to jump in on that one, if I may. Yeah, no surprise there, right? No. So this is the ownership plots, which is different than the record plats. And I think it's important that everybody understand that. So when you come in order to subdivide land, you come in with your plans and you're showing where all your utilities are going to go. You're going to show where all your fire accesses are. You're going to show how it all operates together. And then you're going to have your record plat, which is going to create a subdivided lot. Now what happens is sometimes, and it used to be this was only done to accommodate lending situations. Now what happens is somebody may want to do something called an ownership plat. So they may want to come in and separate ownership within a subdivided lot, which requires a really careful analysis. And I would put this off into a different topic, because this starts to involve, okay, the assumptions that you had about utility services and how it's serving, fire suppression, how it's serving between different buildings within the same lot, access, a lot of assumptions, because once you separate it into different ownerships, then you also have to make sure that you have the proper easements and all the other things that are after the fact from how the original subdivision decisions were made. So I would encourage us to move to a different take on the overall record plat issue versus ownership plats, which is more complicated. It also involves with degrees of separation from fire code purposes. If you allow something else to be constructed on a lot, what can happen with fire code purposes? It's just a very complicated issue.
So I agree completely with what Diane was just saying, and I suggest that we just put as kind of next steps jurisdictions that planning will take a further look at this, but outside of this work group. It's not, you know.
Yeah, I agree with that. And also, I think it's almost like a complaint saying, you know, the statute authorizes you all not doing it. You're not issuing the ownership plats, but it's completely off the subject of the record.
They're way more involved. They're way more involved. And the whole point of the state law and the whole legal process for subdivision is to address orderly development. And then this is an after the fact thing that comes in, which can have a lot of complexities based on the decisions that were made through the original organized process.
Right, so can we all agree that we're not going to be addressing this in this process, and planning will take a look at it outside of this process? Yes? Okay.
This is very much a DPS issue. Very, very much a DPS. This involves.
They draw some imaginary line, you know, this is the ownership lot, they have, you know.
Yeah,
it is
Subdividing without doing the
we have a lot of
right.
problems with them too. I mean, people try to use them as real subdivisions. That's a problem.
Right.
So.
Right. So this should be a joint thing that DPS, if it's not, this would not be relegated to planning. This has to involve DPS as well.
That's fine, but it's going to be outside of this work group is my main
Yeah.
point.
I got that.
Totally agree.
Okay, second one. Similar to administrative subdivision plans.
So this is one of the changes I think we can make in Prince George's County, and it's in the land use article. The minor subdivisions go directly to the planning director to sign. And so I think we can easily make this change here. It would, you know, it would streamline the process here, and it would just be the exact same. We would mirror the language that is already in the land use article for Prince George's, and we just would include Montgomery as well.
So it's a change in your rules.
No, this is a change to state
It's in the
law.
land use article.
Can I just ask a question,
Oh.
Christina, about
Yes.
that? So what's the standard for when it's a minor subdivision or an
Yeah.
administrative subdivision or major subdivision? So just how are those?
There's different categories, and I could pull up the law to look, but I mean, a minor is very, very minor. Like say you and your neighbor decided to shift your line a little bit between the two of you for some reason, or you're consolidating.
Or the fence that was built. at
For the
top.
fence that was built.
For the driveway that.
Yeah, the driveway that went over.
Yeah. I'd have to like pull it up to give you exact
Yeah, no, that's-
examples, but it's minor along those lines.
So it's number of properties or an amount of space, or is it subjective?
It's both.
It's not really subjective. It's
Okay.
very specific what
Okay.
can and cannot.
Yeah. And administrative is just for a mistake.
Administrative is one level up. Administrative, you know, you can go through, you can have a certain amount of lots, a small amount of lots, you know, that can go through administrative subdivision.
Right.
And that has a little bit more to it than a minor does.
Okay.
The minor subdivision is different. than
Minor is the smallest.
Yes,
And it's different in the statute.
yes.
And then right now, the way it works is that the plat still has to be approved like any other plat. Does it have to go to the
Yes.
planning
That's
board?
what
And
planning
does
board-
DPS have to sign off on it?
Yes.
Yes.
They do.
Now, whatever happened to consent items? Did they stop doing that after?
Yeah,
that?
we don't have consent items anymore.
Yeah, it's a shame. I mean, they were gotten rid of because it was concerned that.
I can talk about this one, or hopefully not talk about it too much.
Yeah.
It was a sort of it was a legal issue, is what I'll say, getting rid of the consent item. That there's requirements in the law that certain things are heard, so putting them on consent makes it sound like they're not being heard and deliberated and we're deciding in advance. So there were a lot of background legal issues for why there's no longer a consent agenda.
But I mean, the one thing, because, I did serve on the board, the one thing that the consent item did do is it made it public that this was going to happen. And so, like any citizen could look at the agenda and see this is going to come up and could then say,
Oh, you mean, so if the director signs, it won't be on the agenda? Is that the
right,
concern?
where will there ever be any public notice?
There wouldn't be for minors. There, just like there isn't in Prince George's County. That would be the change.
Is
Is
this
if
how well it's been working in Princeton?
Yes, I did ask over there, and apparently it has been working pretty well. So I asked how they did it.
Good, because I think the worry would be whether, if two neighbors agree, but it affects the neighbor on the other side, that would be problematic.
I think there's still noticing requirements
Is there still the notice requirement
No, not for minors.
to adjacent property owners?
for administrative ones.
Or
But I'm
administrative?
not talking about administrative, though.
Yeah,
I'm talking
just-
about minors.
Okay.
Administrative
Say is I
goes through the normal process still.
I would need a little more information. And then the other thing is did anybody else ask for this, or is this just this one law firm that wanted? I don't remember this being flagged as a problem.
This
The
is an
big problem
idea
is the
that we
regular-
also thought of internally, just as an idea for streamlining, since the idea for this whole group is to, how can we streamline some of these things? This seems like an easy way, since our sister jurisdiction already does it this way and hasn't run into any issues with it. It's already in the state land use article that calls it out where you can do it this way. So it's the change that we're putting out there for everybody to consider, because we thought it might be an easy change to make to help streamline the process.
I guess I'd rather deal with the big issue of how we deal with regular record plats, and then this is like a subset of that, sort of.
That's next on the list too. This is just the
So,
first.
so there's 12 different things here on record plat. So I would say, let's put a pin on this. So, there's kind of a proposal here that this would be an easy change to make following kind of the sister planning department in Prince George's. Let's see what else is in here and under record plats to see if this.
That's fine, but can I just put out there for everybody to understand what's a minor? So, because I looked it up in the code. Minor lot line adjustments, so what I was already talking about, where two neighbors are kind of saying, oh, your fence is here, I'll pay you money and we'll move the lot line a little bit. Conversion of an outlot into a lot, if it meets certain criteria.
An outlot into a what?
Lot. Yeah, a consolidation of, so you have two lots and now you want to consolidate them into one. And then a subdivision to reflect an ownership change.
So the one that me is not insignificant is the outlot. And, the outlot is kind of like when you divided up the cake and you got all your lots for the subdivisions, and there's a little piece of land there that didn't quite meet the dimensions. And it's like a pie shape something, and it doesn't quite, but it's sitting there. And then the question is, can it then be developed as a regular lot? And it can be controversial, certainly within the outlot case.
I don't think I've ever seen a minor have any, I could be wrong, but I don't think I've ever seen a minor have anybody come out on it, but maybe. What we can do is I could send around this provision that lists all the different ones. Ownership plats are on here, plat of correction, 358 parcel, that sort of thing, if you want to look at it.
So we have a question. I can't see who it is. It's
Yeah, just as an aside, and I don't want to do too many of these, but a conversion of an outlot into a lot, outlots are created for a variety of reasons. They're just not necessarily just the leftovers. An outlot might be created because your subdivision is going in on septic systems and the outlot doesn't perk. So it can be significant in the sense that you're creating a new building lot.
Right, that's what you're doing with it, correct.
So is it possible to just exclude something like that? Because that is a problem with for septic systems. I mean, I know in other counties that's a real problem.
What's the problem?
When you try to convert something to a subdivision where it doesn't perk.
No, but it would have to perk in order to convert it.
Right. So that outlot might have been that might have been created 20, 30 years ago. And then they come in and maybe there's new technology, new systems that they're using. And now it perks. And so that again, that may be one of the criteria.
Still has to go through DPS.
Still has to do all of that.
What about lots that are sort of not necessarily leftover, but like unused right-of-ways that adjacent homeowners reach out to the county to see if they can, have it be abandoned and then, added to their lots? This has happened a number of times in my area. What is that considered? And would that still require the notification?
I don't know, that would be, that's
plan. Yeah, that's a completely separate process. It's entirely under the purview of DOT.
No, Tim, that's not what she's talking about. She's actually saying the property was abandoned, and then they want to take that abandoned piece and add it to the lot that exists.
Is that considered like?
And that's usually a requirement that goes into the opinion that when the public right of way is abandoned, there is a requirement that it then be replatted. The issue is, though, that when it is abandoned, if it was a dedicated public right of way, usually it would go from center line to one property and center line to another property. And so if your question is, can you do it as more of an informal process? If it's structured properly, you have to make sure that the process is structured properly so that, because you don't convey by plat, you have to reassemble it in the right way.
Diane, I think she's asking if that were to happen, would it go through a minor or an administrative?
I think it's either a minor or administrative, and I'm
right.
trying to think which one it is.
It's just the notification involved.
I think it could be simplified as long as what Tim was raising, after the completion of this process and with the clarity as to where that property line actually goes, that new line. So I don't think you have to go through the whole rigmarole for it. I think that it could be a simplified process.
But as long as there's notification, because there's been some controversy with some of the lots that I've.
Yes, definitely. And there's also sometimes the other thing is that a lot of times there will be easements that are required as part of it too. So you might have utilities easements, you might have pedestrian path easements comes out. I think, Tim, don't you get a lot of those that come out of these kinds of?
Yeah, sometimes there's utilities are a transportation purpose, right? And so when you're abandoning right away, you need to consider all the transportation purposes. But if there's no need for vehicles or cyclists or pedestrians, but the only transportation purpose is the utility, you can abandon the right of way with the provision that easement, a utility easement, be granted, or you may even do a partial abandonment of the right of way. Lots of different variations there.
But this would be one, again, that could circle back to having an offline conversation about how, is there a way to do this effectively and what should be the factors to consider at the conclusion of a process without it having necessarily, I don't know, but I could also see how the community can get pretty ginned up. But they will have already had a public hearing, to be clear, because in order for a public right of way to be abandoned, there would be a public hearing that would be conducted by the executive, and then it would also go over to the county council as well. So there's a lot of process already involved there.
Yes, but people are always looking for the planning board for what the process, and they're not watching usually abandonment notices and exact.
So I'm wondering if I can put this on pause just to ask a question. As we're thinking about record plat issues, is this particular issue like of critical importance? I want to make sure that we get to kind of the heart of the matter here on record plats, and this feels a little on the periphery to me.
So a little bit, but this is one of the changes we can make to state law, and she wanted us to come up with changes we can make to state law. There are minimal changes we can make to state law.
So this is a state law implication here.
Yes.
Also, if the intent of the work group is to be making us more economically competitive, and we have a county right next door that's doing something faster and easier for a developer, that is another thing that moves them over there instead of over here.
It's still, though, you're talking about so few of these.
There shouldn't be as big a problem if there's so few.
Yeah, that was my thought. If there aren't many, then it seems like it should be an easy, doable change.
Well,
Can we take, maybe take this offline, because it's a big deal if it's your neighbor.
Right.
And they've got not quite enough land to subdivide, but they want to get part of the right of way, and then they can have 2 houses.
But
And
that
then,
still has to get approved, right?
you know, where does that go in the process? If you,
But that's not
As the
usually the
abandoned?
case though, Tom. I mean,
okay,
I mean, usually they're just adding property so they can
So they
move
have
that
more land
property
to mow,
to their,
right.
you know, their individual lot. I can't say that it doesn't happen in certain circumstances, but I don't think we typically see many of those instances where it's gone through an abandonment and all of a sudden they come back and they're subdividing it. They probably wouldn't get too much out of it. Most of the ones we see are small stubs where the right of way kind of ends at their property, and it's two lots on each side that just want that right of way.
And then Henry, then Sharice.
So I was just to say on the notification question for that stuff, and I'm not exactly certain that I'm right, but like by the time it's actually the plat, if there's a notification, I think the answer is going to be you've missed your opportunity to protest at the abandonment hearing and at the council resolution and at all of those previous things, which is if the concern is about notification for neighbors and those sorts of things, it's at those are the more integral and important steps in that right-of-way abandonment process to be focusing on, not the streamlining of the final step after it should already have been approved, which is, yes, a small thing, but one of, to Christina's point, a lot of the things that we can do at state law per the delegates' request are going to be smaller things, and, you know, trying to find them and go after
Right,
them.
and I just want to add, like, plats are very technical. It's kind of a, yes, you meet it, no, you don't. There really isn't any public participation in a lot of it, because it's just like, did you meet these provisions, these technical provisions? And if you did, then you can use this minor subdivision to create your lot. That's kind of the problem with it. I mean, even if people could come out and you know, testify at the board's not going to be able to do much if they met all the provisions of it.
well, I feel like we're being a bit sidetracked by this because we're having a lot of discussion, but I thought the big plat issue was the regular record plat that, you know, right now that it requires a board hearing and then the signature of DPS. And I thought all these proposals that I've been reading to change it, were changing that.
I don't think we're
Not
getting
to deal with
sidetracked because
minor
this is one of the
subdivisions.
things.
Yeah, but how many do you have of these?
Minors, I mean, a decent amount. I can't say how many, but I thought that the whole purpose is to look at every recommendation we have here and see what we can do. And if we need to put a pin in this to come back, then that's what we'll do.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, Sharice,
So when you look at all of them together,
the
all
record plat.
these, just all these
Well,
little
all of them.
individual comments, they're just saying the same thing, right? So it looks like we have a lot to get through, but really this is it. This is us getting through all of these in one conversation. The same groups they're saying the same thing. So, and really they're leading to make it simpler, let the director sign off on these and keep it moving. So the question here is, are we in agreement with that, or are we not in agreement with that? If we're not in agreement with that, then why aren't we in agreement with that, so that we can get to some type of agreement of that and make the recommendation?
So my understanding of where we are on this is that Christina is going to circulate the language that currently exists so that folks understand kind of what's in minor, what's not in minor. And that the big or the main issue that people are concerned about has to do with, what was it, outlots? What's done with outlots? Yeah, and the conversion of outlots. So I don't know if there needs to be something that happens on that outside of this conversation.
It probably does, because, you know, also the proposal to rezone the whole county, what is it called, the housing, that bill included provisions that outlots could be treated like, you know, they didn't have to meet all the size requirements of the normal lots surrounding it, and they could be developed. So there's just a lot of things to discuss that we could do, you know, outside of this.
So let me just ask,
You should do a one-on-one on plants, in the different types of plants and the stuff that, because I don't think this is really a big
I can't
deal.
hear you, Hassan.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I don't know if it was really wise maybe for planning board to do an overview of plats, you know, when you go, you know, get, you know, but I think the big main issue with everybody was the plats for the subdivision. As part of the subdivision review process, you have to have a plat approved for that project for you to be going forward later on to obtain your building permits, get your certified site plan, and everything else. I mean, some of this thing, it's valid, but in the big picture, I'm not looking at what you're here trying to resolve. I mean, I'm not trying to say none. I mean, you know, it's not, you know, we're talking about the outlot and some of this other stuff, but I think the big picture is the plats itself, that they're talking about who signs it, who doesn't sign it. Okay, planning board doesn't chair, the chair shouldn't sign it, the director should sign it, and, you know, maybe DPS should not be part of the whole process. So to me, those are more interesting stuff, but that's me. I think that's the kind of feeling that I think they're all over the place.
Yeah. So I mean, I think the one thing we have to realize here, which is why I'm not sure this is the best way to go through it. There's probably 400 plus lines in this spreadsheet, right? It could take all of the rest of our meetings literally to go through every single one. And to me, as we're going through this, if we're going to do it this way, I'd like to try and identify, like, is this core to improving the development review process, or is this somewhat ancillary? Not that it's not important, not that it shouldn't be addressed in some way, but is it core to trying to improve the overall process? So again, not to diminish the minors thing, but it does feel somewhat ancillary to looking at how do we improve the core development review process. I'm just using that as an example. And my guess is
ancillary, and that's my point, is this is one of the changes we can actually make. It's an easy change to make. Our sister agency does it this way. I'm saying this is a really easy change, guys. And we're asked to make changes that, although might be small and incremental, make a difference in the development review process. This is one. Yes, the other big plat question that comes up next is what happens with regular subdivision plats. That's great. We also need to talk about that too, but this is part of that. This is part of the changes we can make.
I suggest that because I think, you know, we've made a commitment to go through every one of these, that we do come back to this one, that we formulate some information and we get like maybe a little, you know, very brief memo on it. What are the differences in noticing requirements? What would this change mean? How does Prince George's handle it? And are they happy handling it that way? Like something concrete but small, and come back to it. It deserves coming back to because it is a streamlining and it does address state law. With that said, I think that we could then address the plats and the signing, because I think every single, I've gone through them. I think all the rest of these under plats, Sharice was right. They're all with who signs it.
Right.
And then we're done with plats. So.
The other question that I would have too is how much, you know, how many people actually come out and are against these types of plats. Well, and if that's the case, then that would be,
Put it in the memo, like.
yeah, that would be helpful
Have
to
to
know,
pay
yeah,
it.
because if there is no opposition, then this really is it's a non-issue then it should just be, yeah.
I feel like I'm less worried about it, knowing one, that Prince George's is doing it, but then also understanding that we're talking about the end of the process. There's still but making sure that the earlier part of the process notification is happening and sufficient.
If I understood that right, we can come back with some information on how many minor or administrative plats we received and maybe over the last year. Is that?
And what the difference would be to go from one to the
Yeah,
other.
yeah, right,
That's all.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. We can provide that information.
All right. So let's move to the next one. Also, files of Stockbridge, same date. If you're not familiar with it, it's several long sentences, so you might want to take a quick read of it.
And can I give some perspective on it while you're reading it? So just to understand where this comes from. This actually comes from state law. It comes from the Maryland Environment Code. Its premises in there, and it's been also in Comar. And this has to do with assuring the adequacy of sanitary service to a lot, and whether it's well and septic or the adequacy of the sanitary service into the lot from the public side of it. And so that's why the health sanitarians are DPS staff. The state has delegated this. It has worked quite well. I don't know what's going on. I think that the right way to do this really would be to look at timelines, but that's what the origin of this is.
Diane, can you share that in the Teams so we have the link you're talking about?
11 is that you're on, Steve.
Yeah,
It's
so
It isn't about changing the signing, it's about concurrent.
so which one are we? So we were referring to line 12 or line 11 here, Diane?
Well, I can't see your numbers. So we were talking about the next one I had, because I pulled your plat up, the one that came after the these administrative ones.
Right. It says we recommend modifications to the existing record plat. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the next one. In the immortal words of Rosanna Dana. Never mind.
I'll move my typing of your comment to the next block.
Okay.
All right, so let's
Thank you.
focus on this Comcore 50.10.01, et cetera.
So this is county law.
No, it's internal.
That's not that's not chapter 50.
Is this chapter 50?
It says agency practice provides record placards will not be exempt.
It's internal process.
Concord 50 point.
No, well, maybe it's a regs.
No, I think that's the.
Oh, it's the regs.
Subdivision.
That's the regulations.
50, can we print that out?
So the core of this proposal is allowing two related processes to proceed concurrently.
So that is a good idea.
The conditions are demonstrated.
Right, the administrative procedure.
So they would have to be approved.
It's in the subdivision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's chapter 50, but it's the regs, not the law.
Yeah, so,
So they want you to do it concurrently.
Go ahead.
so just really the last sentence is the key part. And I guess I would ask, planning or the developers, is it a big deal? It just says that the review can be done concurrently. But then if the record plat, if the certified preliminary plan gets changed, then it has to be reflected in the pending record plat. So you'd always have, the record plat has to be approved after the certified plan. You're just doing it at the same time. That's kind of weird. Okay.
That would be extraordinarily helpful if those processes could run in parallel.
Right.
With the understanding that if there are any changes to the certified preliminary plan, that we would change the plat.
And so just so you can't record the plat before
No.
that's done.
Exactly.
So, yeah, okay.
And just to point out, so the numbers that we've gone through in the past, both for DPS and for planning, if they submit their record plat early on and we don't get the certified site plan for a while or vice versa, that means the timeline's going to be longer.
Yeah.
So I'm just telling you, you're right, the plat would have to be finished after the certified plan. It just means the time, if one's not submitted in a timely manner, so to speak, then it may sit for a while.
Right, and it also, like, from a staffing standpoint, it requires our staff a lot of times to do double the work, because now they're reviewing it before you're actually done with your certified plan set. Things likely might change on the certified plan set, and now it needs to get updated again, and they have to review that again. That's why the way it's set up currently is in the admin procedures is to say that you need your certified plan set done. But you can consider making that change. It's just a matter of understanding, like, that's
reality.
That's reality, and it might take longer in some ways.
Yeah.
May take longer.
In some ways.
Just have to, and redundant work. I mean, you've already approved it once and then you got to make changes.
could.
So,
I mean,
but
They done it.
concurrent, but you get a chance in some cases to like really compress the timeframe.
That's
Right.
a possibility too.
And if developers, I guess, if they've got the pre-application meetings and so forth, then earlier meetings, and as long as they're sort of know where things are headed, can it get close? I mean, so it wouldn't have to be completely redone. I mean, it seems to make sense, but.
So the next steps on this then, Steve, would just be that it's a planning / county council change to the administrative procedures for development review.
When are you taking it now? When it's going through the certification or once it's certified?
Once it's certified.
We could have the process once it's going after planning board approval, once it's gone, or
Right.
it's going through certification.
That's what they're asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would help.
So is this something that we're agreeing with as a change to make?
I'm okay.
You can reevaluate,
Right.
and see whether.
I mean, it's more work on our staff, especially if anything is changed during the certification of the site
But let me
plan.
just ask a question, because I'm not completely understanding this. What if you just required the planning board to approve a plat within, I don't know, 10 days of their decision? That
Plat?
record plat?
What if they haven't even submitted it?
No, that wouldn't work.
That wouldn't.
That's what you're asking.
Is setting some sort of a deadline that they have to get the plat done? I may have picked an unreasonable.
Submitted or approved? Say.
Well, Meredith, to your point, I think that and this may be what you're thinking about, is one of the big issues that I've seen in a number of comments is how long it's taking to get to the certified site plan. And that timeline would probably help a lot if there was a firm timeline for that.
On both sides, Diane, to submit one and to review it. I mean, if we went that route.
For a timeline for the certified site plan.
For to submit and to review.
Oh, so you're saying developer submits 30 days after approval and then
Or whatever
it
time frame it
takes
might
to
be.
review it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, they're talking certified site plans now, and I think we were talking plats.
Right.
So Tom has been trying to get in here. Tom, go ahead.
Actually, I was going to ask something along the lines of what Robert just said. I mean, basically, we're trying to streamline the process. It does seem like this concurrent review makes sense because in some cases, you'll save a lot of time. In other cases, you might have to do more work at planning or more work at DPS, but it's because the site plan changes or it gets recorded. And this maybe is related to the next thing too, with the signature where people are trying to, just on the director's signature for the approval there. on the site plan or on the record plat. If there's a timeline there overall, like say 90 days or something, or 60 days, I mean, would that also be helpful just to keep things moving? If there was some kind of a deadline, I don't know, for the, or is it going to be resolved if we have just the director making the decision as opposed to like planning board?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. It's a related question in the sense of we're trying to compress that time where you have the site plan and it's got to get certified and then you have record plat.
I think you just, to me anyway, for the regular record plat, it comes back to we have 2 reviews. And so certified site plan, if we don't have certified site plan, I'll get DPS comment, you need certified site plan. I'll get parking planning comment, you need certified site plan. Once I get that, I gotta send it to DPS and I gotta send it to parking planning. And that takes weeks, and even the logistics of just getting the DPS signature, it's not a big deal. But that still takes time, a week or 2 to get that signature, then you gotta take the Mylar back to parking planning. So there's a way to get one group that reviews the plats, and you just have to give the certified site plan to one group to check that box. That's, there's some efficiency that could be worked there, so.
I have a question about that, though. I do have a question about electronic signature. And I have no idea because I've been away from this for a while. Plans are uploaded through the e-plan system. Is there a way that the electronic signature for the agencies could be dropped on? And pardon me?
Yeah, I think that's one of the item on the sheet, Diane, and I agree. If we could do it electronically, that would save some time, but I don't know state regulations or.
I think that is because we're still doing Mylars and wet signatures, and what I'm hearing is that's a state requirement. So if that's something that can change.
That's
a
Like
great
yesterday.
We should confirm if that's a state requirement or not, because we can do digital signatures on a PE stamp, and that is allowed by DLLR. So
It might be a land records issue.
I think it is the Mylar in particular is, I think, the land records, but that's something we need to check out.
Well, we had the same difficulties that were we able to batch stamp them electronically? Was it a state regulation or not? And we were going back and forth, but we started doing it a few years ago.
Well, it became, right, we worked through it with the state as well.
Right.
So I want to make sure that I'm clear on the proposal here on e-signatures and Mylars, no Mylars. What are we asking for here or proposing?
Well, first, Steve, I'll note the very last comment in this plat section is about the digital signature. I say that for you as you're taking notes.
Good to know.
You'll see it's the last line. I don't have the line numbers, but it's the last one.
Note, it might make sense to put it.
But basically, whether legally they can
We
do a
want to
digital
make sure you're
signature.
alert. Keep moving your.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
digital
We're all the way through
proposal for
this.
digital signature. All right.
And we're not scrolling back up. No, I'm just
That's
kidding.
something you guys.
Hey, we're done with record
That's
plates.
something for parking and planning to check out. It's something that.
I know we've checked on it before. We can definitely follow up on that, that's on, and find out. But I think that what we heard before was it needed to be a wet signature.
We
But
did, we heard the same thing,
Yeah.
we were able to resolve it.
And if
We have the
that's
same
needed,
thing.
can change it. Yeah.
So you don't use what, DBS doesn't use what signature anymore?
No, we do batch stamp, yeah, I mean, under mine, we don't get Mylars anymore, we used to.
Oh, that's what batch meant, on all those.
So
Yeah, because
just do-
WSSC, DPS, we get a PDF that's signed, so we don't have Mylars, hard copy, anything, it's all electronic. Plats, we still have to run a Mylar, someone actually, well, it's signed by DPS, and then the chair of the planning commission signs it. And
We can-
that's a question.
We can follow up and find out.
Yeah.
Where that is in the. Did we need, sounds like we went from signatures to, or from.
I'm just following the energy of the group here. I can go back up.
We jumped all the way to the end.
That should have been the last item to discuss.
We're looking for efficiencies. I can just keep jumping squares here and.
They all go together. That's the point I was making earlier. They're
Can I-
in the same thing.
And maybe I can go back to and this is on the second page, where, and maybe this is a little bit of a distinction, but the comment that was written by Miles and Stockbridge was about record plats and certified preliminary plans. So that's different than a certified site plan, which is another step in the process. And so where you have there's going to be some properties or some projects that only go through subdivision or through preliminary plan. And I think I would take this kind of as a separate item and say, we already do this with, notwithstanding, we have the issue of timing of when they submit. But if the question is, can they submit a certified preliminary plan at the same time as a record plat? I would say we do that now with site plans. We've allowed that for site plans to come in where they can submit and at the same time so that they're being reviewed hopefully at the same time. And so, again, that's a little different because it's only talking about certified preliminary plans, not certified site plans, but unless we're lumping them all into kind of the same category.
So that's helpful. So I think under that item 11, it sounds like you still end up with the record plat being after
a certified preliminary plan.
After the certified plan. But you get to do the concurrent work. So it sounds like item 11 is something that doesn't have a downside. That's the miles of dock bridge that starts out. We recommend modifications. And then basically it's the concurrent.
Right, and you guys were gonna look into.
Yeah, well.
Right, I thought we already.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd already.
So we're fine on that.
I thought
Then
we were,
can move.
I didn't know we'd go beyond that.
I'm at this point completely lost.
Okay.
All right, so
It's too early to be lost.
I'd say just a summary, when we talked about before, park and planning's gonna take a stab at recommendations or summarizing the plat process and how we can streamline it. And all of the above that we just talked about. Because I think it all, a lot of these comments overlap. But if park and planning takes the next stab at it, what could be state? And then subsequent county or policy would be the different stat line.
planning, does that square with your understanding of where we are?
It's two different things. One
Christina,
is talking
Robert.
about the administrative subdivision stuff on the previous page, and then this is county. And everyone kind of already shaking their head saying, yeah, it's a change to the development review procedures.
Right. I think that's where you have to categorize. So there's some code or state issues, I think. Maybe if it's a state land records thing with wet signatures.
Well, that's,
Yeah.
signatures is different. We're not there
Signatures
yet. We're
at
not
the
there.
bottom.
I'm just saying summarizing and figuring that all out.
It's definitely a state issue. And they cite the code, the state law.
But-
Yeah. That's
Just staying on this particular issue around streamlining or concurrently doing certified preliminary plan, that's all county, is that correct? That's not a state issue?
right.
Okay.
Yes, and they're doing it.
Yes.
So we can move to the.
All right, so let's go to the next one. I think, Diane, this is where you were,
It's not all, I just, the caveat on this is that actually under state law, there has to be a sign off by the environment, Secretary of Environment, or the designee, the authority having jurisdiction, which relates to certain public health issues. And that's, I dropped those into the chat.
thank
So-
you. All right, so who wants to go next in terms of this recommendation?
Which one are we on here? We're on 12 now?
Yeah, the one you were just mentioning.
So this one, I think, is the same as whatever the minor subdivision one, which we decided to table.
The second one on the second comment under plats. They're basically the same.
Which one? What's
11.
four?
So 12.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's the next one, actually, where it says furthermore, it is current.
No, this is.
no, additionally, the Maryland Code states a record plat cannot be recorded.
Yeah.
This is, and it goes back about Prince George's County can do it and blah, blah, blah. It's pretty much basically the fourth and second comments are both the same.
No, but this one says for administrative subdivision plans and minor subdivisions. The first one was just for minors. So that is a difference on this one.
Are we talking about the state law now? Are we talking about the paragraph that starts with additionally?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one we're on.
Well, I thought
Additionally,
it
the
was-
Maryland Code states.
If there's not agreement on whether to do the minor, then I'm guessing there won't be agreement on whether to do the administrative.
Right.
So
So
we'll table both of them and come back to it after we get more information. That.
thought that's what.
That was my thought, unless you think the implications are different. So.
The implications are different, I think, for admin sub versus minor, but we can come back with the information on the minor for next time.
But that might be a little bit, I think what I heard Gary trying to suggest, which was.
Yeah, I think you
like
just need to outline
outlining a little
state,
bit.
local, minor, major, all that. Just come back with more info and kind of organize it, which is halfway done here, but that's, yeah.
Right, but the other significant thing about that paragraph is that state law requires that the plat be approved by the planning board and signed by the chair and the secretary treasurer. And that is what I understood that the delegate was interested in changing. That's state law.
Right.
I think so. Once we get to a decision about what we want to do, then we can identify what changed in state law. I think be the process. So let's decide what we want to do, and then I think she'll be happy to take on getting the legal change, I think.
So are we talking about some preparation will be done around this, where we're understanding the differences between the different types, and we can look at it next meeting?
Does that, are we going to discuss the basic process, which is that the planning board has to approve them all and
The next line looks like
That's
you're
like
talking about the signature stuff.
14.
Meredith.
Yeah.
I think is where you're trying to head.
okay,
13.
okay. I didn't read ahead.
All right. Me neither, Meredith. All right, so now I'm on line 13, still Miles and Stockbridge. This is furthermore, it is current administrative practice to require signatures.
Yeah, and that's not an administrative practice. It's actually, it is implementation of the delegation of authority in the two provisions that I've cited here. I think that they don't know where it comes from, but that is where it comes from.
It's state law for both entities, both for the planning board and DPS. That's
Correct, but different provisions of state law. That is correct.
right.
Who makes that designee? Who does that designation?
Well, it's part of the health functions that are designated to DPS. So they're delegated. So we do the public health pieces of it as it relates to well and septic and signing off for that piece of it. And then I saw that Alan had a comment as well, and he can describe what DEP does on that. They don't sign off on the plat, but he can.
Alan?
Yeah, that the delegation of authority has switched around a number of times over the years. DEP used to sign off on the plats, but it was more efficient to allow DPS to do that with our approval.
Well, it became
So
part of
that's
the
what
one-stop shop, Alan. It was
Right.
part
So what we do now is DEP doesn't sign off on the plat. We tell DPS that with regard to our issues, it's acceptable for them to sign off.
Okay, so then it sounds like we could easily then also just have DEP designate the planning department to sign off on it, if we wanted to do just one signature.
And as a matter of fact, we already do that.
So what?
Because we have to sign off on the plat and E-plans in addition to Infor.
What are you looking on those minors, Alan? Is it just well and septic
I don't-
changes?
Yeah, primarily it's just the service area categories.
But there's more to it than that, Alan.
Yes.
There is more to it. So it's not that you just tell DPS to do it. That's not correct. DPS is also it, particularly where there's well and septic on site. That's a DPS
Absolutely.
function.
Absolutely. But we do confirm that the property is intended for on-site systems.
But all of that is done through the preliminary plan process, so that after it's already gone through that, those determinations have already been made. Right?
You're not gonna get a plan approved through the board if you
Right.
don't have the right service.
Sharice, did you have a question or a comment?
Christina's kind of leading to what is in my head about it. It's like we're talking about it specifically if the caveat here is just well and septic, then that's one way you can just categorize it. If you're giving the authority to the director to sign off on these things. Maybe there's just a subcategory of things that maybe get bumped up if they need to, but to your point, what you're just saying, it's already been addressed before it even gets to this point, so why are we don't need to talk about it, like, it's already been approved for them to get to this point of signature. So we don't need to kick it back to them again.
But like septic and water, I mean, is it always already approved by DPS at the preliminary plan point? I mean, the only worry I have is they've got the expertise for septic, and I mean, water, you drill a well, you see if you can get water. But I guess, I mean, I know there's more to it, but for septic, you know, they've got the expertise. And so if there's some kind of a joint process, I think you still are going to need that expertise, or you have to add more
I'm
people.
not clear about one thing. Are they talking about the review? Or is it just for DPS not to sign? Because it's not just well and septic, but we also look at the easements, the storm drainage easement, other things that are part of that plat, the roads, the right of way. So, and to us, again, when we talk about this timeline of plats, how long it takes and going back and forth, I mean, you guys have the numbers. I don't think it's you or the executive agencies creating. I understand a couple of days is a couple of days, but when you look at it, you always have the applicant time, which is a big portion of this. So those are also on the table. But from the standpoint of, I know Diane is saying it's a state regulation when it goes to the, for the health and the sanitary services issue, but DPS also looks at all this other stuff. So for us, if we are not, and for us, then you really have something you're signing, you're responsible for all of it.
So, right, so
regardless if it's right or wrong.
Right. So the preliminary plan does look at the well and septic and all that though.
Yeah,
Like, so all that is, so
Right,
really what you're
and
talking
septic
about,
also.
Hassan, is like easements, making sure the easements are correct.
Right, all the easements. And
So
the right,
the
Henry's next.
Review and signature, like this is
Well,
advocating
but-
for signature, like you're talking about a review,
Right.
which I agree is a very important component
That's
to the
what I'm trying to
process.
find out. So for us to do the review, but not to sign.
That's what this is saying, and I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but that's what this
They would
is.
take all the responsibility, everything is right. I mean, that's something for you to look and for us to look, but I'm just.
So Henry, then
And
Tom.
what the state law says.
Do we know how much of this suggestion and question is just about trying to like shorten the timelines, like the Mylar signature thing? Because if it is, we may be able to achieve almost all of that efficiency through an electronic signature if we can get there. And then we don't have to worry about chopping all of this up in the details.
That's what we're gonna figure.
Yeah, I think that's a great point.
That's safe. How long time do you think? I mean.
I agree with that. I agree.
Waiting for us and park and planning. Is it days or weeks?
It's usually days, but it's like when you're desperate, like you
You're
need
there. I
something
understand,
at
even
that
that day,
point.
I
Yeah.
understand. I'm getting the
Usually
phone
it's
calls.
weeks because you're.
And we walk it upstairs.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing, is I think electronic signatures would solve a lot of those issues.
Absolutely.
So is the suggestion here, instead of getting rid of a signature, is just to have an e-signature process, which will quicken the timeline?
Save some time.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, I think it's dangerous to take the review of septic out of the expertise of TPS.
That's not,
And
that's
that's
not
not
what
what
we're
she
saying
said.
at all.
Okay, so we're good.
That's done at preliminary plan is what we're saying.
Oh, okay, it just,
We
that
still
has
have
to
to
stay
put review
there.
on the list.
I think, you know, I mean, Howard County's had problems, Anne Arundel County has had places where they've had to put in sewer systems because they approved too many septics on an individual basis. So that's the thing that I was most concerned about.
And Alan is involved looking at those categories.
Okay.
And even, you know, Tom, even before a plan goes to DRC, they've identified where the perk test would be that establishes where their lots are going to be, because you have to kind of, you have to form what your envelope of development's going to be, and that's going to be guided for areas that need well and septic. That's guided by well and septic. And so if it doesn't perk, then your lot either gets bigger or it becomes an outlot or it becomes whatever it might be.
Right.
Forest conservation,
Yeah.
all those, but, so that would actually be part of the review process. And I think that's what Christina was saying is we have that information going into it. And, from our perspective, we get a letter from DPS, well, and septic before even going to the board. So that there is an adequate public facilities for that development.
Okay. Yeah, I just make sure that process is still in place. Thanks.
Sharice, I thought you had your hand up before. Meredith?
I'm less concerned about only having one signature and not having DPS do it, as long as you've got the public process of the public notice and approval by the board. But if you get rid of DPS signature and then also substitute signature by the planning director, then where is the public notice? And, we operate very honorably, and so does MNC PBC, but over the years and stuff, things can happen. And so you need to have an ability to have oversight over that process, because just as Tom said, the record plat, this is what I learned at the bank, that is the most important document, because that allows you to sell your property. And when they say you've got to have a clean record plat, that means there are no issues about boundaries. And county has an incredible record of that being the case, that you can trust that record plat. So all I'm saying is if you go down to one signature, then I believe there needs to be some sort of a safeguard either through the public process. And that's why I would do a deadline. The planning board has to act. I said 10 days. I got a little over enthusiastic, but Lurch, Early, and Brewer proposed 2 to 3 months.
But just to be clear, I thought that what was on the table was we're maintaining both signatures. But we're looking at expediting it. Is there a way of doing electronic signatures for both?
Then we're not cutting out any of the process. We're just making it faster.
So you're saying it would still go to the planning board? Okay.
We're not at that point
We're not
yet.
at that point.
Right now, we're just talking about.
That's nice. Just talking about.
Okay. I'm
Just yeah.
looking at, okay.
Okay. So here's my proposal. We've been at this for 2 hours and 12 minutes. I could use a break from typing and looking at this minuscule Excel sheet. Lunch is now out there. Why don't we take like I said 2 weeks ago, a 10-minute break, which will probably mean 15 minutes, and we'll get started hopefully before noon. Start up again.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we'll continue with breakfast class, yeah. Kimberly, I tried to save this because I wanted to make sure the work, but it's telling me they couldn't verify that I had the necessary permissions to, I just put it in default documents. Yeah, so.
Yours?
This is not my computer, this is upload block, so I just want to make sure that I don't lose all the typing I have.
Make sure everyone has done their part.
Yeah.
That's
Tell me what line of the spreadsheet we're on. I'm kidding. So we're still in record plats. I'm hoping that we can move a little more quickly through each of these. And my guideline, if it makes sense, would be as we're entering the discussion, if it looks like there's real disagreement or a lot more information that needs to be gathered, let's try and flag that early on so that we can move to something. And I'd like to find more lines where we can actually come to either a clear agreement or a kind of a clear direction and get through as many as these as we can, because we haven't gotten to notifications yet. We haven't gotten to public involvement. We've got another hour and 20 minutes of this discussion. So just hoping we can move a little more quickly. And I know sometimes I'm not sure when to cut off a discussion because I know I want to make sure that we kind of hear the range of views, but I may be a little more assertive in trying to see if we can move on from item to item going forward. So we're on item 14. It's the last miles in Stockbridge. It starts another possible method to streamline review would be to use conditional approval for plans.
I can talk about this if you want me to.
Okay.
So this idea actually would be a change to state law. And what it would do is, right now we have to have all the signatures and everything absolutely done before it goes to the board for the board's final approval and signature. What it would allow is the, and there's a public kind of notice period where it needs to be posted on the board's agenda, and there's a staff report and all this that needs to be prepared. So you're looking at about, 2 to 3 weeks there in order to get ready for for it to be on the board's agenda. And what this would allow is once the plat has been, everybody says, yes, this is correct. DPS says it's good. We say it's good. And we tell the applicant, okay, now go to Mylar, which is the final piece where they put it on the fancy paper and everybody goes around and signs it. While it's going around for signatures, we can just take it to the board and have the board approve it then. And it would have like a conditional approval of essentially like conditioned on it receiving the appropriate signatures. This plat is approved. That way it allows the signature piece, because sometimes, the applicants live, they have somebody in Texas that has to sign it, and then they have to go around to each of the agencies to sign it. Like, it takes a while sometimes to get those signed, and it allows it to go to the board while they're working on getting the signatures, and then as soon as they're done with the signatures, they just bring it back over and the chair signs. And so you save about at least, 3 weeks, I think, by making this change.
Oh, good.
And it still keeps public process and everything. I'm sorry?
And this is not obviously how it's done now. It's
Correct.
all the signatures have to be
Done first, yes.
So it could save 2 to 3 weeks.
Or if we change the process to eliminate board review, this avenue would not be needed, or would it still?
Right, but this is for full record plats and, everything
Right.
that would have to go to the board could go through this process, which would save time. And frankly, would save about the same amount of time as making it a director level approval.
But still allow for the public to see it.
Exactly. It still allows for
What is
the
of
public
interest to
process.
everybody else.
Henry? You good? All right. Tom?
The person still can't commence work on the site until they get all their signatures in, right?
Right.
Even if it's conditional, it just
Right.
saves that time, and then it's in the hands of the person who's trying to do the development. It just speed up that. Okay.
Right. And I know Gary and Kate could probably say, there's times where they walk it through, if it's really tight, they'll come over and walk it through him, but,
If we can do electronic signatures,
then it's even.
there's a
quicker.
couple options that are in the mix here with this
Yeah.
discussion, yeah.
What do they mean by a conditional approval procedure?
Maybe in state law.
Oh, wait, I don't wanna look at that, but I'm just wondering,
I'd have to look it up, Meredith.
Okay. Whether you might already have.
Even if it's in the subdivision regulations, I would still want to make this change at state law to make it clear.
Okay.
So this is a state application, change to state.
Yeah, this would be a state change.
So, and just so conditional approval simply means that it's gotten kind of sign off, but not official signatures yet, and it saves 2 or 3 weeks.
Yes, that's great.
So is there anyone that has any concern with going forward with that?
That's gonna be, looking at how it's written out in the legislation.
How it's written, nothing legislative?
Yeah.
So who needs to take a next step on this?
We'll write the legislation.
Planning? To share next round of conversation or like?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean.
I was thinking it'd be written the way that like Tom's working on the SHA one, like,
We'll do our best by the 24th, but at the end of this meeting, Christina may have so much work to do,
Yeah, so
I already have writing a memo on minors, so,
Yeah.
right.
I'll do
Yeah,
my best.
so again, I mean, ultimately, to get shared agreement or consensus, just want to make sure that people are aware of kind of what's being written up. So at some point, we'll need to see it again.
Yeah.
Okay.
if that's the case, Steve, I'm sorry, this is more overarching than this chart.
Yeah.
If we have like whatever our final meeting date is, maybe just like by the date before that, any proposed legislation, because I don't even know, like, are we writing it and then sending it to Delegate Lopez for?
Yeah.
She also has attorneys who write legislation for her.
And she wants to see it well before our last date.
Right. Maybe there should just be a draft legislation from Workgroup.
Like on the,
Everything
for the meeting on the 20th, which would be the second to last meeting.
Or maybe the one
Maybe
before
even
that.
a little bit
She sounded like she wanted her staff to start working on it as soon as
Now.
we can get a draft to them.
She's
You're
asked,
talking about for state stuff.
For the state stuff, yeah.
she's asked us to turn around the state stuff as soon as possible.
Right.
They need it like now.
Right. Okay.
Maybe by next meeting.
That was a good benchmark for us for getting through a line quickly.
She's been eating the whole day.
Right. Everyone have another round of chocolate chip cookies. All right. So now we move to line 15, NAIOP. Sounds like a children's song or something.
Yeah.
So, I'll give you 20 seconds to just read through what it says.
Do they have examples on this one? Because this seems like a solution in search of a problem and one that would create an ancillary problem.
Say more.
So, for example, because the issuance of building permits, DPS looks at code requirements and whether codes are satisfied, and it is a ministerial function. And I don't think that if there's something else that someone is concerned about, I'm not sure what's being fixed here, but the point is if there's some reason that a record plat is being held up because something that might relate to an interpretation on a preliminary plan or whatever it might be, I don't think you should try to kick the can down to the building permit point. I think that would create issues including authority and, again, the ministerial function versus something that might be a little bit more subjective and process related.
So I think I agree with you a little bit, Diane. But I think one of the things I've heard about, and we were just talking about this, is like the right of way permit. Basically, they're going through all the steps to be able to pull the permit before they're able to get plat approval, and that's really making the plat take a lot longer than it needs to be. And I think there's a lot of things that are hung on plat approval that are conditional, must be done before the plat, that are making the plat take so long.
But this doesn't talk about right-of-way permit, and right-of-way permit actually should be related to the plat. It absolutely should be consistent with the plat for sure. And this talks about kicking it down to building permit and or use/occupancy permit issues. And
Yeah.
that has more to do with your staging issues than, I'm just not sure what the problem is. And without understanding fully what a problem is, I would be really leery about trying to craft a solution.
Okay, so many of the other comments talk about right-of-way permitting. This says allow the other approval and permitting processes to run on an independent track. So I was using that as an example. But many conditions say this must be done prior to record plat. Some of them are legitimate and some of them maybe can wait till building permit. And I think that's what this comment is talking about.
Okay, well, again, that depends on what is in the approvals from Park and Planning. I mean, I would look to Isan on that, but Park and Planning will say, you can't apply for building permit until you've hit whatever number of, but you can only get 50 permits, and the next, you can't get the 51st. I'm not sure what it is that is being, and I don't know what a solution would be, because without understanding what the problem is here, I don't see how you can craft a solution. I'm sorry, but I just don't get it.
Okay.
So does anyone have a handle on what the problem here is?
So there are a few issues over here. I mean, one is the recordation of plat is not discouraging them from applying for a building permit.
Right.
Because we don't want them to wait with the understanding, hey, we're going to go through the process, but if your plat, once it's approved and if this building permit moves or changes, then hey, the whole process is going to start all over again. But I believe that what the issue, and by the way, you cannot issue the building permit until the plat is approved. But I believe in some of this, and when I'm looking down on other comments that we have received, one issue they were raising was with the right-of-way bonding. And that's, I think, chapter 50, I believe, that the bond has to be posted for all the right-of-way, not the site plan itself. Site plan also has bonding, which is for all the amenities and everything, but the bondings have to be done for the right-of-way. So when they go, so imagine you have a subdivision showing 10 houses or 15, 20. So the developer is responsible for the construction of the road and all the infrastructures in the public right-of-way. Now, if the developer can go and start selling all these lots and walk away a few years from now, then those people that want to get the building permit, they want to come, but you're not going to be able to give them a building permit because we need a bond. So that the cost to build that road, the sidewalk, street lighting, everything, it's going to be really transferred to the owners of those lots. So that's one issue that for us, not to bond, not to take the bond, that's something that's going to be really a developer.
But Isan, that has to do with the right-of-way permit, and it also has to do with the site plan. And we had to go after the bond for by the way, for Clarksburg, just to be clear on some of these, it came in, it was needed. But I don't understand what this has to do with record plat. Are you saying that this is for record plat?
You are saying as part of the record plat, Diane, they're saying there are other issues, I think it's separate, that say the issue with the right-of-way, it should be dealt with DPS when they come to apply for that building permit, or when they come and they're trying to get.
But the bonding is done with the bonding for the you're talking about like grading paving?
Right.
That's that's done with the right-of-way permit. That, we don't hold up,
We hold them
record
up.
plat
Oh, yeah.
for that.
Oh, yeah. No, they have to post the bond at the
For the
record
record
plat.
plat?
Yeah, for the improvement in the right of way.
Okay,
Yes,
is
ma'am.
that in the code?
Yes, it's in chapter 50, I believe.
I
But
see,
to bond it?
okay.
Yes,
For the
but
right of way.
I think what we were talking about off when we were eating our 10-minute lunch was that,
You got 10 minutes?
was that there's other things that are going, like, they're basically looking at the whole thing, almost like taking it through an entire permitting process to do the bond, and maybe there's a way to speed up that, to
So
do
we
the
discussed
bond.
that, you're right,
Yeah.
you discussed that. What
Okay.
what was, I mean, Gary's sitting over here, really, instead of going through all the permitting process for the stuff in the right of way, at the time when the plat is being approved, maybe we can do it quickly by having a cost estimate for the construction of everything in the public right of way. Hey, bond that instead of going through the whole review of the entire plans, paving and storm drainage plans.
But be specific that, yeah. So that whoever thinks that this is something that is needed, I think that we should really make sure that we see what it is to understand what could flow from it. And again, because permit issuance is primarily ministerial, and you can't kick the can down the road.
So exactly, Diane, that's why I was, just pointing out the issue that are involved as part of the right of way or the building, anything else. So when you're going through the plat, that's one thing. So
Yeah.
just pointing out all the issues. It's not like we are agreeing or not agreeing to it, just raising all the issues that are involved in the request.
So I come back to, this seems like a nebulous problem in search of a solution. And the one thing that is a matter, I mean, we cannot issue, it's not we anymore, sorry. DPS cannot issue permits, like building permits, without having the certified site plan. And the DPS, just like Robert is a little bit concerned about, well, that's fine, we can take something in early, but that means that the review time is going to be longer. Well, that's what happens too. A lot of times DPS will allow for the plans to be submitted for at least to begin some of these reviews, or even to get intermittent stages of permits to allow for projects to move forward more quickly. But technically, these things should be completed before they come in for permit.
So I
Concur.
agree with that, but what we're saying is this isn't a nebulous issue. This is an issue that I heard from the development community, but I'm also hearing it from my staff, because my staff does the plats. They say the number one issue that holds up the plats is not looking and reviewing the plat. It's making sure all these conditions are hit. And the number one is right-of-way permitting, because they're going through such an extensive review at plat time. And that's why I think it's important to look and see whether they can do that review outside of plat time and just get what needs to be done, which is either the bond, or Chapter 50 also allows a PIA. So it's bond or public improvement agreement.
Yeah, what might be helpful, Isan, well, I'll talk with you offline about that, because I'm just wondering, I'd like to, again, I still think you should hear a little more specifics about it, but I'll talk with you offline about it.
But it's still, that's not really, I mean, that's part of it. But you still know, before we can issue the permit, the bonding associated with the certification, that's also an issue that we cannot issue the building permit because those bonds are not.
And I think, Diane, that was changed. I think it was 2015 that with the zoning rewrite and the subdivision update, I think that's where all this came from, that you have to have your improvements bonded before you can record the plat, which.
But right, and because some of what was happening was, I mean, Clarksburg was a mess, and some of this may have actually come out of that as well. And things that weren't bonded that we had to fight. I mean, we actually I had ordered modifications to plans to incorporate things that were in the planning board's conditions, just to try to get them put into place, because not everything, I mean, it was a mess.
So if I'm hearing, so it sounds like this is an issue worth looking more closely at, if I heard you correctly, Christina, you said that the number one issue here from developers and from your own staff is that this can hold up the plat by making sure all conditions are hit, especially the right-of-way permitting. And then you mentioned this on also the bonding requirements, right?
Site plan.
For site plan,
For site plan.
associated with the site plan.
So what's the next step that needs to be taken on
So
this?
for us, again, what we can do is speed up if we can get a cost estimate and approve it, but still it's something that's going to be required. It's not going to go away. But still, we're going to be asking for the bond, for the right of way to be posted. But we are trying to see if we can streamline the process, not have them go through the whole right of way review process. Can just post up that portion of the stuff in the right of way. So stay tuned.
I think if we could get there, that's a huge help. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta have a conversation internally and then we go back. But by the way, during the 2007 or 8, during that recession, we had the stuff in the private, in the townhouse communities.
Right.
That people were walking away.
That's
That's
exactly
when
right.
like you and I talked, Robert. We said, let's start. That's when the bonding of the site plan came.
Yeah.
As a result of those things, we didn't want the homeowners end up putting up the cost to build the roads and everything associated with that project. So it's important not just to go through this thing, quickly. Because you guys play a big role in this too.
Can I just ask, is there more information we can get on this then? Or like, what's the specific issue? There's other issues, like for Clarksburg, I mean, there's the,
So I think it would be helpful.
You have to come back because the community wants some, the developer doesn't have to comply with all of the requirements for a road, like the spaces, the length of, the width of the street.
We've gone
So
private roads through.
Oh, we changed
all
all
of that. So that's changed now.
But they have to build the road in accordance to the DOT standards now.
Right, that hadn't changed.
Yeah, that hasn't.
So they do still have to, or they now have to build it to the standards?
But I think it's
They
the
have-
timing of those bonds. The
The
timing of
timing
the
of-
bonds is problematic because if you have to post your bond before certified site plan, it just accelerates that time frame. And a lot of times you're trying to finalize a certified site plan and trying to post the bond for something you're trying to finalize at the same time becomes difficult. So what we've asked and what staff has been amenable to in the past is can you push that to plat? So now you have to bond your site plan before plat, which makes more sense because once you get your plat, you pull your building permit and then we're on the hook to build all the private things in that area as well. So I think there might be other things, and I can also reach out to the private sector and ask for some other specifics, and see if there's anything else that people are worried about, but I know the right-of-way bonds are the big one.
Okay.
That would be helpful. And also, Isan, to see what the checklist is for the reviews, that might be helpful to just have a quick look at that and see if there's something that would be holding things up.
Okay. Line 17 appears to be a repeat of line 16, if I'm,
Not to, I really hate to bring this up, but that 15 and 16, it had 2 items in there. We just talked about one, but the other was to allow record plats to be approved by the director.
okay.
And they mean all record plats. So that would mean taking it out of the board approval process.
I thought we just discussed some streamlining that would help, that if that change isn't made, it wouldn't be that impactful because now we're making all these other streamlining and that would leave it for the public process. So does the group feel like we would leave it at the board at this point because we're making these other changes that help with streamlining?
Yes. I agree with that.
Okay, except for the minor, which we're going to talk about
We'll come back
next
to.
time.
And the assumption is that the other stuff we talked about, we could do by state or county
Yes.
legislation, which is
Yeah.
balance it out.
Right,
We're talking about record plats, the approval remains with the board, is that what we're saying?
for now.
I put pending other changes.
I mean, if we can't get that signature thing, then we gotta.
Come back and do
But, before one would get rid of board approval, you should also look at the idea of a deadline for the board.
Can you explain that, Erin?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand why, it seems like it would be much faster to have the planning director sign. I can certainly understand that. But on the other hand, it's really about the deadline in which it gets done. I mean, the supposition is it'll be much faster with the planning director than it would be with the board. board. But, you know, you could have a planning director that holds things up too, or you could have like a whereas a deadline just applies to every single situation. And
who would the deadline?
for the board.
So if a plat's not submitted for a year,
But I don't think you'd have it.
and that happens a
Start
lot.
up.
That happens a
I
lot.
don't think,
So
you'd have to write it in a way that once the plat has been submitted or something like
Mhm.
that.
I agree. It should, yeah, because developers have plenty of reasons why they're not going to be ready necessarily to go to record plat.
Yeah, no, so you don't hold the board and the commission responsible for somebody not filing the record plat. You just say, once the record plat has been filed, you know, with the commission, then the board must act on that record plat 90 days.
so there would be an assumption that whatever the certified plan is already complete then at that time,
Certified site plan.
or a preliminary plan. Not all of them have site plans.
Oh, yeah, I was assuming if the board's already had a hearing on it,
No. There's 3 steps there. The board hearing,
right?
there's a resolution, so there's 4
Right.
steps. There's a certified site plan or a preliminary plan or both that happen with that. Then there's a record plan. So I'm asking you, if you put a time frame on that or a timeline,
Yeah.
there should be an assumption that the certified plan, whether that's preliminary or site, should be complete already.
Yes, and I mean, this is another chain of events that we should look at together. Because there should be a date certain for the board resolution. I think that would be an important change. And right now, there only is for the special processes. You know, the 2 new ones, the biotech and I think the new one for the housing, the affordable housing bill. Those have that the board resolution is due 7 days after the board hearing, board decision. And I think we should be looking at something like that for here, board resolution, same thing with certified site plan, and then record plan.
Well, resolutions are another item, so when we
Yeah,
get there. we
I
can
know,
get there.
it's all gonna come up, yeah, but
I
but
have
Robert makes a good point that you've got to look at them together. You can't.
No. I mean, based on what you said, I'm saying you look at them separately. If you submit a record plat under a timeline, I think there should be an understanding and it should be written that the certified plan would be done. Because I think should be complete, should be signed off. To me, that's a very linear process, and I think what we've been trying to do is create more of a concurrent process. So I think be careful what you ask for when you put a timeline on things, because as we've seen with reports that go to the board or projects submitted, then it kind of leads into extensions. It leads into other things because timelines can't be met. And so I think before we would even agree to that, I think we'd need to understand kind of what that means overall.
I think it's almost like if we were to consider that, putting a timeline on it, then we wouldn't be able to do what we were just talking about earlier, which was having the plat be able to be submitted at the same time as somebody's reviewing their certified plans prior to certified plans being approved. So that was, there's many ways to peel the apple, but.
Yeah, and I'm listening to you all. You have expertise in this, and I'm not saying, but I'm saying that it's an idea that others have had, and I think in general having a firm deadline does help if it's workable. So I'm saying.
So what I'm hearing is in terms of considering a possible deadline, we should be looking at it in concert with some of the other changes that we're proposing to see whether it's necessary.
See whether it's even available to do. Because it sounds to me like you can't have a concurrent process and have a deadline on the plat, because once you have a deadline on the plat, that means you have to have your preliminary plan or your site plan certified. So you basically, by putting a deadline on the plat, you're putting a deadline on both.
Thank you.
You said that better than.
No. But I was thinking that too, so that's.
You write all that down.
So that needs further consideration in concert with some of the other recommendations that are under consideration, correct? terms of, or are we just saying that a deadline is not something we want to consider given the previous concurrence agreement we had?
They may be mutually exclusive.
It's one or the other.
That's what you're saying.
I think it's one or the other.
I think it's one or the other.
You'll see, there's a lot of testimony in support of deadlines.
So in that vein, it seems like, so as we're developing recommendations, we need to be clear on, you know, there's been comment about deadlines. There's also been comment about streamlining and, you know, reducing duplication and stuff like that. And so sometimes you're gonna have to do one, sometimes you're gonna have to do the other, and you can't do each of them all the time. So
Right, and did we decide what the process is to do the things concurrently? Is that just changing your own internal regs or what kind of law?
We had to make a change to the administrative procedures for development review, which would go to the council.
Yeah, so if plat signatures are a state or land records issue, which is part of the homework assignment, then that would be a state, you know, change.
I have so much homework, somebody's gonna
Yeah,
have to keep.
To the point you were making, Steve, but we're gonna
Yeah,
need
just
to make
don't
sure
worry about
that as we develop recommendations, we are cognizant of how they interact or
right.
potential, like either or.
All right. Can we move on to the next one? First comment by Stacy Silber. Line 19, if you're following numerical order.
I think we've done that one. Not that we've literally done Stacy Silver's, but I think we've discussed that comment.
Director.
Okay, then second one, agencies should consider separating the right-of-way permit process from the plat recordation process.
That's what we discussed.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Okay. And Casey Anderson.
Well, I think we've kind of had that discussion as well.
Okay. All right, and then Peter Safari, which is
The
signature one.
digital signature.
So the question there is really how possible is including e-signatures in this process? Okay. And so
Well,
who-
I just checked the land records and it looks like legally in the real property article, there is authorization for e-signatures. So somebody ought to talk with the clerk of the court, the land records clerk, and see if they see any issues.
So who's the follow-up there?
I'm sending it out. We are gonna follow up.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Christine.
All right, so we are done with the record plats category. Man, those.
Wait, can you go
These
to the
are really
second part
working.
of that question? I just want to make sure I understand the second part of that comment. I'm sorry, I hate to pull us back, but
It's because you haven't had one of the chocolate chip cookies.
I haven't, but honestly, that's probably a good thing. I have my salad here. But it says here, we support the recommendation to allow for review of final engineering plans ahead of full site plan certification. Have we talked about that?
It's the very last.
It's
See-
the second half of the sentence, line 22.
Because that's a big, I see a lot of issues with that. I don't know, but, or maybe not a lot, but at least some issues.
The question is when, like, is it after a review of the certified site plan or 2 reviews? But sometimes it's beneficial, just again, from a timing standpoint, if you can figure out a way to submit some things like sediment control, for example, after you've had your site plan certified set reviewed a time or 2, just save some time.
So,
So that's when the plat is approved, or what?
No, he's talking about
No.
certified site plan and engineering plan review.
Yeah, the law doesn't allow, it technically doesn't allow for that, but sometimes land development, at least they used to, at times they would,
Just can't get it
they
approved.
they would at least try to help with it.
Remember, what holds you up again is the bond with the certified site plan. And that's an issue that I raised before, that for sediment control plans, and that's in the zoning, park and planning should waive that requirement for sediment control, not for the issuance of the building permit, because that's something that they can start months in advance by doing the site grading and start that. So you jump ahead. That would help you a lot with your project to go forward.
And most of the time, that's a condition of approval, so maybe if we wordsmith that could.
Yeah, but that's in the zoning, so the zoning ordinance chapter 59 has to be changed.
To allow for, wait, you have to submit your certified site plan bond. Your site plan bonding before you get certified site plan.
Before you get the sediment control permit.
See, we've had that change though in certain resolutions, and I won't say which one.
No, yes, if you do it at the resolution time, but that's not the practice. Robert just came back, but that's not the practice. We're talking about sediment control permit, that we are not able to approve it until the certified, the site plan bond is posted.
That's what they try to do, and if we've asked on a couple different instances to get it changed so
That's
that
been
it's
changed
tied
on
to
different projects.
flat.
But I have to come to Robert, if it's not
Yeah.
part of the rules,
No,
and
that's a-
usually they accommodate us.
Yeah.
You guys says, fine, it's not, let it go.
It's usually if it's matched up. You're looking at the limits of disturbance and making sure that that's matched up with forest conservation and site plan.
But also the bonding for the certified site plan. If it's not posted and everything matches and it's ready to be issued, we cannot issue it because the bond is not posted for site plan. So that's the issue that Kate is bringing up.
I'm sorry, I missed that since I walked out.
Is that what this comment is talking about? Because
No, that's totally, and we actually covered that earlier. This is something
That's what
totally separate.
This is with the land development associated with the sediment control storm.
Yeah, most of the plans, we've recently been approved. The site plan bond is a requirement to pull your building permit, not the land, but that's
Also for the land, for sediment control.
that's something we could streamline or talk about.
That's something we have to talk to.
Independent
planning to
plans.
streamline that.
We could, I mean, but right now you can submit the bond anytime you want.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's no restriction on that part of it. And we turn around kind of the comment of that really, really fast. So, I mean, but we can definitely talk about how to streamline that.
Yeah,
more, if
that's
possible.
independent of the plat process.
Yes.
But I think this was talking about, and it sounds like you guys are already doing it, allowing for the submission of certain engineering plans prior to
do.
certified site plan.
We do.
You do allow for some, and just not approval.
We do, we
Okay.
cannot approve until the site plan is approved, certified, and the bond is posted.
Okay.
So when you said the zoning in chapter 59 has to be changed, that's for
I
what?
believe,
Sediment
for
control?
to change the requirement for the issuance of sediment control permits, it's related to the posting for the certified site plan,
Bond.
the bonds.
I mean, if you have a forest conservation plan anyways, you gotta have all that done.
So the forest conservation plan bonds, I agree with, like, that makes sense with sediment control, it's
Yeah.
the site plan
The
bond.
site plan.
And usually those are like individual conditions.
I
on
can
the
find the
most
section
recent
and
plans
give it
we've
to
done
you.
that break that far.
You got it?
What section is it?
You fact checking me?
Code. Yeah, no, you were correct.
What section is that? 59 what?
It's chapter 59, it's division 7 point, whatever, it's under site plan. Then under site plan, you have to go down to conforming, and after decision or subsequent actions and conforming permits. And the language is for any development requiring site plan approval, DPS must not issue a sediment control permit, building permit or use an occupancy permit, building structure improvements unless planning board's approved site plan, a bond has been approved under section, and it gives another reference in the code. 734.
So I mean, the fun way to look at that is you have three different parts of it that you could tie it to. Either
Right.
sediment control, building permit,
Building
or
permit.
use and occupancy maybe?
Use an
Is it an
occupancy.
or or is it
It's
an
and.
It's an or and.
It's and.
Yeah,
Must
you have
not
to have
issue
three.
So you need it for all
sediment,
three.
building, or, no, must not issue a sediment control building permit or use an occupancy for any building structure unless.
Oh,
Or, yeah, because I would say we
But
have
it's
to go
already
back
in
with
there.
the
I read or
resolutions
is-
if it's.
Or is
What is that? You got two ands.
and or.
Oh, that's in the definitions of the code.
I read, so for any development requiring must not issue or, so I read that as you can't issue any of them until
Oh, yeah.
you meet
The way
those
it's
three
Thank you,
things.
Councilor.
So that would need, that actually it'd be helpful to change that.
Right.
Because technically the site plan bond should be tied to either plat or building permit.
So
Just
we
take
were,
one
we
of
were
the
not
things.
following that actually. Mike preferably
We don't have an issue with
is the
Yeah, and I'm
one
not
that
trying-
called
No,
me, that was
no.
years ago, and said this.
It'd be helpful, I
Mike
think.
preferably says, hey, he referred me to this, says, son, you're missing this.
Thanks, Mark.
So
Thanks,
the,
Mark.
So what are we, I'm not following what we're proposing to change. We're proposing to change the language.
so there's 3 different permits that can't be issued until the site plan is approved and the bond has been approved. So it sounds like the proposal is to pull
The bond out.
To change that.
The change for
bond
sediment
out,
control, not
or
building
to
permit.
pull the sediment control permit off
Robert,
that.
because building
What are the other
permit,
two types of
It's
permits?
sediment control, building permit, and use and occupancy.
Yeah, I would just pull sediment control.
sediment control, because with the issuance of building permit, your site plan relates a lot of stuff prior to the issuance of
Yeah,
the first
I would
building
agree.
permit. So it's not just the bonding, there are other things that they have to.
So Steve, that would be county council, because you're gonna need a ZTA for that.
For the certified.
You need live who really to do this thing.
Although we just.
Yeah, 2 brackets.
That might be the way to.
Well, that's what I was wondering.
All right, so hold on, we have multiple conversations going. Let's bring it back. Tom, question?
So, we're talking about site plan bond,
Yes.
and you want to have it wait until a building permit occurs, or you want it to have, but what about if you have multiple buildings, like you're doing a site plan for like a small development or something? Then you would do this, you'd be not posting the bond until your first building permit,
Correct.
but it would have to be the first building permit, right?
And sometimes in certain situations, you phase your plan, so it's like, depending on how you develop the project.
Right.
So you would tie it for the first building permit of that phase.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. I just, some of these things.
And to be clear,
Of a particular phase.
it, including foundation to grade.
I was just gonna say that. That's a big part of it.
Well, how are you gonna do that? Because that's a building permit.
Right. So, yeah, but it should be clear that it includes any, from the very first
That's not
building
in the
permit.
zoning though. That's not, you're not gonna be able to do that. Not gonna be able. Because we separated a lot of permitting issues. It used to be in the zoning, we took them away.
Yeah.
I'm done with that. I'm over the field. It's too complicated, too much. Why you got your stuff in my zoning? I said, okay, remove them, whatever makes you happy.
Well,
If you want to put it back in again.
I thought Rolling got credit for that, no.
Oh, that's fine.
CR.
put it, you could put it in chapter 8 that no building permit can issue unless any required bond has been submitted.
Yeah.
Say that again?
Put it in chapter 8.
And the it is,
The requirement
That-
for no bond. can be issued.
Right, if it was that Pam?
yes.
Sediment
Yeah.
control,
Right.
you don't want to
Yeah,
do
you
that.
have to say
You
building
list
permit.
which
You have
ones,
to list.
Building or use.
Okay.
You just take out
With the
sediment
section.
control. That's all you have to
I
do.
know, in
is
the
strike
zoning,
through
we
that.
got that.
Right, so let's just do that in 50, or I'm sorry,
Yeah,
59.
just
got
keep
it.
it
Do
at
it 59?
Yeah,
59.
that's
Okay.
easier to do there.
Okay.
Take care of it.
Okay.
And we'll make the exceptions.
All right. So that's the last on record plats.
Can we go now?
We've got, 45 minutes to go here. I think we're going to notice next, right?
Yep.
So let me figure out
Where it is.
where that is.
It's after, I don't know the page, the paper, but it's after amendments to the administrative plan.
This is the reason.
All right, I've
It's
got
line
line
91.
91. No? Okay, so. All right, so notice process. We've got about 11 comments in here. Some short, some lengthy. We'll go through them one by one.
Has anybody gone through these to see how many of them are things that are actually already being done? I'm just
Oh,
checking,
I hear what you're
like,
saying. Well, we'll talk about that. No, we didn't. We just wrote it down. We didn't want anyone to feel like we were
Yeah.
making a judgment on any of the stuff that came in.
All right, so the first one is in low-density neighborhoods, the circular radius of concern notification needs to be expanded to 1 mile.
Is it currently half?
Yeah, this is.
I think it's half a mile, but I'm just trying to confirm.
What's low density?
Well, you'd have to fix.
You want it to be consistent for everything.
It's a good question. It is a good question.
So does this notification mean door to door? What does it mean?
Like, this is happening down the block.
It's a half mile.
To occupant of, and then it's all the addresses.
And I think
Yeah.
we'll list out what the notifications are for. Like, let's go through so that people understand. Notification that there's going to be a sketch plan hearing, notification that there's going to be a pre-submittal meeting hearing that comes from the developer,
That's separate,
right?
yeah.
That's something that we have to talk about that separately, but okay. Sketch plan, preliminary plan, site plan, mandatory referrals.
Yep, there's, like, almost everything gets noticed, yeah.
That's a little bit different.
That's a
but-
little different, but
Forest conservation plan, yes.
You said forest conservation?
Zoning application.
Okay, so I'm sticking to regulatory stuff right now.
Is this going to individual addresses or?
so there's two parts to this one, and there's two parts to the questions. Under that first one, where it says, the notification needs to be expanded to 1 mile. So when we notice, we look at the adjacent confronting property owners, and they get us that notice, but then we also look at civic groups within a mile or half a mile of the property itself. And I think the first part of this question is, can we expand that to a mile instead of half a mile, right?
That's what I gather, but that's for civic, that's for the associations.
Right.
Well, the first one doesn't specify who, right? The second one specifies civic association.
Within 5 miles.
Within 5 miles.
But the first one doesn't specify.
I mean,
It does say expanded to 1 mile.
yeah, I think they mean everyone within a mile, and then they mean that civic associations should have a 5 mile.
So we don't notice everyone within a mile or even half a mile. I mean, I think it's the understanding that it's the adjoining confronting property owners. And then the other part of that, in terms of who gets noticed, is the civics, HOAs, or people that have signed up as a party of record for pretty much all of our applications. And they get that notice within the half a mile of the site.
Condo buildings within half
Well,
mile.
each
would go to
individual
the-
owner in that condominium building would get a notice. But for rental, we typically send it to that building itself for them to distribute, because we don't have all the ownership information sometimes. Yes.
Sharice?
The context here is this writer is probably someone in a very rural community where they're not getting the notices. I have had this happen with a client that had 4 acres. This is in Prince George's County Planning Board. You know, the adjoining properties, the immediate people knew. And then a couple of community members came in very upset that they weren't made aware. And it's like, well, we did it within our radius of, so sorry you didn't get the memo. So I guess the question here is, how amenable can we be to making sure that in these areas of low density, however that's defined, that, the radius is expanded so that more people who could be impacted by the development that comes, because it's making their rural area less rural, be included.
I guess I have 2 thoughts. The first being to answer the low density part. I guess jumping off what Tree says, in this case, then I'm thinking low density means, I wouldn't even say R60 if that's the concern. I'd say it's the rural residential.
Right, RE1, RE2.
Maybe the agricultural zones. My second thing is, in terms of notice, there's also signs posted for certain things, which I know is not the same as like getting a letter in the mail, but there are signs. So if you're in the area, travel the area, drive around the area, those are posted as well.
It's kind of
I feel like these signs, because I get this question all the time from neighbors. They see the black and white sign go up and they say, what does this mean? I don't understand this. It looks like a foreign language if you're not familiar with, you know, the zones and the heights and all that. So I'm wondering if there's a way to make it, I know, and it says for more information, contact, you know, but I'm wondering if there's a way to make the signs even a little bit more user friendly.
Yeah,
I
so
think the sign
actually
is
our
simple.
communications director has an awesome idea of even having a picture included on there. I mean, a picture's kind of about
Visuals are
words.
fantastic.
And I will tell you, the pushback from staff has been, as soon as that plan changes and that picture changes,
Right.
I'm gonna be getting phone calls from every single person saying, okay, why did it change? And then
Yeah.
so it's a snapshot in time to some degree.
Right. That gets into the rendering versus reality issue.
Can I go back to the kind of the radius piece of it? Because when we send out notices, we send out physical mailings. So this is a huge cost impact, I think, to us in terms of how we send out and who we send it out to. Not to say that, you know, we try to be as transparent as possible and send it out to as many groups as we can. I don't know the rhyme or reason to half a mile or a mile. I really don't.
So
But
I have a code, so it does say when an application is accepted, the applicant must send notice of the application to all the budding and confronting property owners, civic and homeowners associations, renters associations that are registered with the planning board and are located within a half mile of the site and any municipality within a half mile. I think that the ask here is, could you take some subset and only say for the rural residentials and possibly the AR zone, the distance is 1 mile. And so given where you're talking, you may not be doing a lot more mailing out there because the homes are so far apart. But if you restrict it to just rural residential and the AR zone, possibly you're helping this request, but you're also like recognizing there's a
I
difference.
agree with you. I mean, I think that if we could limit it to specific zones that are more rural in nature, I don't know that that would be an issue.
Okay.
What were you reading from? Is that?
It's under the notice chapter in the zoning code.
Okay.
There's also the admin procedures has all the notice stuff.
So we would be consistent.
So is the pre-submittal notification the same that the applicant has to send out? It follows the same formula,
Yes.
same guideline.
Yep.
And then signs have to be posted, I think it's 15 days before the pre-app meeting.
So maybe there's an issue with information being updated in the system because we have found that it can be very sort of inconsistent with who in our neighborhood actually receives the notification and who it's going to. And I know other associations have had that issue too. So maybe it's just making sure it's the accurate information for the contact for the civics.
Well,
And
We do keep
okay.
a list, but it does rely on people letting us know if that's
If
changed.
they change.
Yeah.
I'll say when we send out mailings, we get so much mail returned to
Yeah.
us.
We do too.
Well, people realize that needs to be proactively updated.
That was a question that came out of the same hearing, that meeting I was talking about, was how old the data was that the planning board was using to send the mailings, and how, I think they said, well, that depends on the recording from the county and blah, 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 but I just want to touch on that. The other train of thought I had, some of those areas don't have civic association, right? Just,
Right.
you know, individuals.
Other,
Can I just say something so I'm going to take off my facilitator hat. So I live in a community in Prince George's County, and I say these from the Prince George's Planning Office, I see these signs go up all around my community because it used to be fairly rural. And I drive by the signs, I think they're orange and gray and white or something, and I can't make heads or tails about what it means. We've got an airport that's going to be converted to townhomes, and we've got an old nursery that's going. But it's like when the notice is posted, it's like, well, what does this mean? And you drive by it, and if you really want to be conscientious, you got to pull over in traffic, take a picture of it. So, in my experience of 25 years in Prince George's County, they're close to useless.
When I've gotten notice because they've redeveloped the land behind my home. It used to be a horse farm. Now it's an active adult community. And because my house abutted it, I got a notice in the mail. But otherwise, you don't know what's going on until it's very late in the process. So the signs, although they're a check the box, I think for most residents, they're pretty much irrelevant. That's my editorial. I'll put my facilitator hat back on.
It's true, I think.
Cherise?
Here, I got a picture of one
The
here.
thought I had was maybe just in the sense of us being futuristic and innovative and streamlining, even the school system has had to convert their ability with their population, text and email. If you have a website and you have all these things, maybe there's a way to, if they see a sign, educating them about where they can go to find out what said sign says, without having to do all of that. I just think, and to Christina, it's an idea, but something that could maybe help to, address the issue of people not feeling like they're getting the communications and being proactive and knowing where and how to get the communications.
Can
Yeah.
add something for WSC experience. So like we deal with more customer, we deal with a customer, we need that, we have that address. Has been working for us is texting. So, but that need to be proactive, towards the customer. We don't use any more letters, we use text. Facebook. But the text and the email and the customer have been very responsive because it's something that you get. Almost everyone has.
Do you know if it's, traditionally, we've always used the mailing as the primary way to, get the message out, because in the past, we always heard not everyone has a cell phone and not everyone has email. That's changed maybe from 10 years ago. One of the comments, I think, and it may have been from Al Carr, was having groups opt out of the mailed notification, and let HOAs get an email, which I don't know that we have a problem with that, other than the traditional way has been, the written notification on a mailing, just because people will complain that they didn't get it. They're going to complain if they didn't get it anyway, but, one way or another, because it may not be within a certain distance or what have you, but.
I like him. I live in Montgomery County. I live close to Crown, the new development area. I never receive a notification. Our HOA never received a notification. They are building behind all our townhouses. Lifetime, the new. The people. We never, but we see the signals, but nobody see the signal because you are driving.
But how does WSSC do it then in terms of the signs they post? You said people can sign up for email and text or in phone.
So I know one thing, just from a legal perspective, like we have to provide notice, that's a legal requirement. And when you mail it, you can show I mailed this, and with other things, it's really hard to show that that we met our legal requirement to notice. And that's why we keep going back to the mailing piece. So
you can do both.
Yes, and that's what I was going to say is I think we're going to be stuck doing the mailing piece for sure. But what it sounds like is we need to find even better solutions for reaching more people that might be interested. And I'll just say, like, I'm looking at this draft template that our communications director just sent me, that she's like, look, we've got this signage thing, it can go. I think it is a lot clearer looking at it versus just the black and white, words that mean a lot to us that do it every day, but probably nothing to the people that
if it's
walk
in
by.
Constellation, Prince George's County doing that, and it makes it, for me, somebody who recognizes the signs, I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, if I know where to go to learn more about it, maybe there's a big web address that goes on. I don't know, something.
Yeah, we do have the web address, but
You're right.
But it does require people to take multiple steps to get there, right?
You have all of these notifications and Twitter, Instagram,
We do, but we get so many applications, we have multiple applications that are going every single week to the board. And so like, if you put those out there to Twitter, I'm wondering if it would just get lost. It's almost like you need something a little bit more focused to an area.
Yeah, but like I said, like the text and the mails have been working for that. Yeah. And the customers are they are very thankful that we do that. Especially because when no water or something like that, we needed something that was fast and everyone received it.
Is it an opt-in or an opt-out? Like, do people have to sign up to receive notifications? Okay.
I don't know now is signing and maybe everyone received it that when it started, you need to sign in because I signed in.
Right.
Very easy. Right. Like I said, a lot of customers we have received letters and think about how this is working for.
I mean, my guess, I mean, every public agency struggles with this, right? I mean, no matter where you are, how do you keep residents apprised? My guess is there is some literature somewhere that has some good case studies. I wouldn't know where to find them. And I think a lot of it is it's probably trial and error. Hey, we tried Twitter and it seemed to work, so we're going to, or whatever the case may be. But yeah, I think as an example that you gave, Sharice, I mean, school systems have gotten, at least Prince George's County, has gotten much more savvy about how to stay connected with parents on a wide range of issues. And so it requires kind of the intent and the resources to figure out beyond kind of what you're already doing where you can get more traction.
Yeah, but the difference with public education is the same. I am Montgomery County, my kids are Montgomery County. They have that information already because your kid is going to school.
Right. This is true. Yeah, it is different.
Your phone, they need to have your email. So everything we receive, and this is great for me. The school closed early or something. They always get.
So Steve, we can definitely check into the first two. I don't know that it would be a major problem,
Okay.
but I want to circle back with Bridget, our communications director, on that piece of it, and just see what other opportunities there are for notification. I did have a question because I know it sounds like this is more on development applications coming in. Hassan, do building permits do they get noticed? I know you post them on physical sites, but the building permits.
We put the yellow sign. Yeah, we put the building permit is issued. Yes, in all of them.
But that's on the property.
On the property.
It's just the sign, there's no notification.
No notification. When the building permit is issued, but they have, however, in accordance to chapter 8, they have 30 days from the time we post the sign that the building permit is issued to, if they have any issue, to challenge that issue, and they can take it to the Board of Appeal in accordance to the regulations. Yeah, chapter 8.
I think Robert jumped the gun. I don't think we were going to the 5 miles. You said we were okay with the first 2, and we're like, are we?
Oh, no.
5 miles? 5 is big.
That's big.
That's big.
I can see one. It's currently a half mile like it is for.
I will check with Bridget. 5 miles is pretty extreme, I think. That almost becomes the whole county.
Currently, it is a half mile.
So I'll check and.
Maybe 1
be
for
appropriate.
5 miles.
Answer 10, or just do the whole county.
A mile, yeah.
Go ahead, Amanda.
The civic associations too, they're
1 mile is
repeated
what we.
Oh, I know.
sometimes.
Yeah, I agree.
So Amanda's saying maybe if we look at 1
I think
mile.
1 mile sounds.
We'll look at 1 mile.
It's what Rose requested of the one of them.
So thank you for pointing that out.
But just to be clear, so the first one though is talking about low density areas, but you're talking, if I'm understanding, you're talking about 1 mile kind of wherever.
No,
No,
Yeah, for the homeowners.
for the homeowner association, we're talking about 1 mile for everywhere. Above is just talking about low density neighborhoods.
Residential.
Otherwise in residential zones, because
Yeah, he got that.
no, he said, are we talking about 1 mile everywhere? And we're not.
We're not.
Because the amount, that would be a huge cost
Right.
for us.
The first one is in the rural residential and agricultural reserve zones. It's 1 mile. And for the homeowners associations, everywhere, it's 1 mile. That's the changes that are.
right, but it's the same person saying in low density 1 mile, Civic associations, 5 miles.
Right. But we're just saying, we kind of, with the second one, we don't agree with 5 miles. We
Okay,
think it's
so you-
only 1.
Okay.
And with the first one, we agree with the low density, we're just clarifying what that means. If you're residential or agricultural.
And it's interesting because when we do a Clarksburg job and we get the civic list, Bethesda's on there, Silver Springs on there. When we do a Bethesda job, Clarksburg's on there. And it's like you almost have to just send it to all the civic groups that are on register, and some are countywide, Civic Federation. But your mailing almost goes to all the civics countywide because they've all signed up to get info. So
Okay.
it's independent of what the code says.
So there's a specific list that you go to.
Yeah, we asked Park and Planning for the registered civics, and we asked, and there's even a chart on the website for the 5 miles.
Some of the civics are registering in areas far outside of their.
Correct, because I know the couple Clarksburg ones we just did, Silver Spring, Bethesda, and so forth. And they're just, they may not comment, but they signed up to get notice.
Yeah, okay. All right, so let's move to line 94, third and last comment from Cindy and Chris Widmer. So this is about notification at at intake rather than accepted proposal.
They're actually notified well before we are. So
They get notified by the applicant before.
Yeah, because
Park
there's
and Planning.
there's a pre-application meeting, we have to do notices, that's before we submit everything. And then the last step before we are accepted for intake, you have to post your signs and send out the mailing that this has been submitted.
Yeah.
And it gives the DRC date on it. So that's,
The second meeting is what? Say it again.
so the last step of intake is everything else is done. Park and Planning says, post your signs, which we do. We come back, give a affidavit and pictures that the signs have been posted. And then we do the mailing. And the mailing has the DRC date on it. So that's covered. So I don't know where.
I think we already do that.
Yeah.
Okay. So are we going to the next one?
Yeah.
Sierra Club?
Well, can I just say, it says this is the limbo we are currently in. I'm wondering if these folks have like a specific example of a project where this was the issue and if we could sort of forensic that and figure out,
And I know if they're not on the list because they're not adjacent owner or they're not a civic group,
then
they're not getting
that might have been
noticed.
what
but-
happened,
yeah.
but maybe it's just the expectation.
Yeah.
People don't understand that they are not on the list.
Yeah,
But
maybe.
then the fix for this, I mean, so, what Gary says is they're gonna post when they're posting a sign to get their application accepted. If somebody wants it before even that even occurs, just when they're thinking about it and working through this, like when they would have that pre-submittal meeting and they're maybe not finding that out. It's hard for Park and Planning to jump in and, they don't really have a role yet.
yeah,
It literally hasn't been accepted, and sometimes there can be things that occur or time that gets stretched out, right? I think I would imagine on your end before something gets to be an accepted application.
Well, it's all sort of, it's a seamless thing. We do have to put it all up, but that for intake, the criticisms I've read are that planning is requiring such detailed submission, and that sometimes even reviewers even get into substance about proposal. And so, of course, if that's the case, and if the thing that's finally accepted is already a very polished and somewhat negotiated document, then from the community.
That's not
That's
true.
not true.
Yeah, negotiated and polished is not the case at intake. So it's not, it's just making sure that they're complete. And there's a lot of technical pieces that need to be complete, but it's just making sure it's
what
complete.
is in the comments. You see, they do say that sometimes the plant gets into substance. So if that, community then may feel like, well, you know, they've already worked so much out, we're gonna have a hard time commenting because they've spent a lot of time.
The reviewers at intake they don't have the review authority over the plan. They just look at intake, they're different people. So they're not
working anything out because they don't have any authority to. They're just.
Exactly.
The code is very specific about what you have to submit that application for acceptance. And part of that reason was so that we wouldn't have applications that came in that were so incomplete that then the time frame from getting the application to being able to take it to DRC was really extended, because what you were really doing was getting the applicant to provide a sufficient application for DRC review. And so to make it clear to people and to make that time frame hopefully more efficient was to say, so when the application is accepted, it has to have all these pieces. Therefore, that time frame to get to DRC can be respected and done pretty quickly.
And
You're not
also,
debating it.
right, and also the whole signage piece comes in at the pre-intake level. So it's like the very first thing where we're just looking at the signage and the fee and just the really basic stuff before we even start looking at the plans. To make sure that all the plans are there and everything.
There's one notice posted before anything is gone, right, for pre-application.
The sign is happening.
Yeah, pre-application meeting, and the plan can change between that and when you're accepted. But the plan on record at acceptance is, that's the plan, whether it's been adjusted or not. Then you still got your 10 pages of comment at DRC. So that's.
Well, I'm trying to paraphrase what I read, so
Right.
maybe I'm not.
And we have intake at the
So, yeah, so intake is a separate category. Obviously, it's linked to other things that we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I think that.
Okay, so can we move to Sierra Club?
So for this one, in retrospect, I wish I'd broken it up, but I apologize. So for the notice process, I think we're just looking at number 1. Like 2 through 5, I think, are all in other categories.
You don't want to tackle climate change next?
Different worker.
So I actually think like that was their intro sentence, paragraph. And then if you look at the next one, it gets into what they're talking about.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I agree with that. Let's just skip to the next line.
Okay, that'd be good. Okay, so there's
See
substantive.
below for this.
Yes, jump
See
to
below.
Yeah, see below, jump to
Back
number
the other
6.
one.
Well,
Too,
Yes.
later.
Yeah.
I think those comments.
I think they do.
All right, so I'm now on line 96, second Sierra Club line.
Just talk about all that.
Yeah, I think if there's a way to do both electronic and paper notification, like this PO box issue, that's a real issue. That's another thing that had happened with our neighborhood. Right to the PO box, and you're not necessarily visiting that every single day, right? So.
The Sierra Club needs a regular mailbox now.
I mean, we can only send to what they have, right?
So I think this, there is a solution to this, if it's possible to set up a electronic system. And maybe you do have to opt in. And maybe there does have to be some responsibility on people wanting to proactively be notified.
I think to Christina's point earlier, we probably would still stick with the mail notice, that there's another way to kind of supplement that with the other items, and maybe that's.
Supplement.
Yeah, so, just to actually, the issue that like Gary already and Kate already mentioned about, like, you send it out to every HOA because every HOA signs up. But what if they could, Sierra Club and other organizations had a similar structure where you email, do electronic mail to them through that kind of a process, and they could opt in. So Sierra Club would just sign up, you guys would just do electronic.
Because they do weigh in on everything in the county, and there's a number of those organizations.
Right.
So maybe the email link would be best for them, and if they do have a PO box and they only look at once a month, shame on them. But again, if we email them the stuff that would help facilitate it. So.
Right, at least you would have met what they're asking, which is that, you know, they want something fast and they want to get it. They can opt into an email and
So
you're
I have a quick question.
satisfied it.
If we're going to get to like email notice, but you guys already have like this giant list of people that say, tell me what goes on in planning, right? So could you once a week send out like, if you really care, here are the applications we received this week. And it's short and sweet, but has a link to every application. And that goes out to the people who've already asked for all the information at planning. So you're not trying to set up a whole other separate list for DRC or for applications. And maybe you're gonna say, oh, that's crazy bananas. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of a way that you already have a list. People who've already opted in said, I care about planning. And so they once a week get this summary snapshot. Here are the accepted applications this week. Boom. And then it's on them. Like they've gotten it. It's gotten it in their email. And if they really want to, they can click the link in it to go to the, you know,
Or link
the
to the written
AIC.
notices that went, how many written notices are going out a week? Like
A lot. So
100?
we looked at this recently and it was like 10,500 or something that went on the last year. Like, so that's a lot.
I'm not saying this is instead of, mine was like the supplement, like you were saying.
Could DRC agenda be a way that made it like, here's this week's DRC agenda? Like,
But I mean, that is, okay, so that
gets
really
something that
interesting because
already
that is
exists.
already on our website. It's already posted, you know, so you can go in there and click the link and
But mine is more like information.
Yeah.
It's not, and it's, I wouldn't want to get it too close to DRC because I think it addresses this comment of people saying, I find out too
Right.
late, right?
Right.
Like by then the staff have already worked together with whoever and I'm worried that my comments don't matter. So if at the end of the week, you're just literally sending out a note that says, here's what we received this week. I don't know.
that's, yeah,
No?
that's gonna be.
One
I think
email?
if people
No?
have that concern, DRC is maybe not too late.
DRC is not
I
too
mean,
late at
that's-
all.
That's like, that would be the first time that if you're concerned about
That's
a
as
project
early as
that's
it
happening.
gets. That's the thing is when the DRC agendas, that's when it's accepted is when that DRC agenda goes out. So that's as early as it's gonna get as far as being involved, other than the pre-submittal, pre-community submittal
And the
community.
notices have the DRC date on them.
Yeah,
So there's, those are all interconnected. So how much redundancy or how much?
So Tom and then Meredith?
I was just gonna
And then
say,
Henry?
so for Sierra Club, I think they want to hear about like probably every time you're doing a community meeting pre-application. They don't want to wait till DRC because they feel like that's, you know, they're behind the 8 ball on that. But I mean, if you're sending out a community, a pre-application meeting notice, you're sending it out to the community right in that area. But if there's this group like Sierra Club that wants to be involved in absolutely everything, if it also went to if planning sends that to them too.
When we send that out, we get the list of interested parties, like I was saying before, I almost guarantee every notice we sent for every project includes like the Sierra Club, the Civic Federation,
Yeah.
because they're in the loop and they asked to be included. And that's why I was talking about if we have a project in Clarksburg,
Yeah, so
we're
they
also
get that
sending
too.
notices to Bethesda and Silver Spring,
Okay.
which they get the mailings now, they want more mailings or redundant mailings. I don't know what
And the pre-application meeting, community meeting, do you send that notice to planning also?
Yeah.
They get that, so, I mean, that's as early as
And
there
we have
is,
to post
right?
signs 15 days before the meeting, and we have to do the mailing to invite people.
Yeah.
And now we're doing the hybrid, virtual and in person, so.
I think the idea is that the day you do the mailing, also send an email.
And but most of those, they'd have to be in the register of park and planning, because we don't,
Yes,
they have to
there has to be a registered list, but that's possible. I mean,
And that's easy to do.
That's easy to
'cause,
do.
Yeah, you do a blanket email and attach the plan and you're done, yeah.
I think it does have to be an opt-in.
Opt-in.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Meredith is next.
In addition to or instead of?
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, because if it's in addition to, or I'm sorry, if it's an instead of, I mean, I'm sure the legal department's gonna be like, we're gonna want something saying.
Right.
I would rather go more than less, because that way
Yeah.
someone can't come back and say they didn't know.
Right, so it would have to be.
Comes back to.
All right, let Meredith weigh in here.
I know it was a long time ago, but I want to comment on what Pam said. No, I'm kidding. And, but I think Pam's idea is a really good one. And says in the actual comment, this person says, there's currently no, oh, this is Sierra Club. There's currently no centralized place where such notices are promptly posted online and can be easily located. Well, that's a little different, but Pam, I think Pam's suggestion gets to sort of the heart of the matter. And I think you do all have a huge email list to people that have shown general interest in both parks and planning issues. So I like that.
I mean, I think if we're going to do
Centralized
something,
place for notices?
sorry,
Is there a centralized place? There is not. Okay.
not online. No, I mean, if you were going to do something like it, you would just be emailing out the DRC agenda, which is posted every other week. So,
But there's a difference between posting, making something available, and being active and sending it, right? Like you guys send press releases on everything. Multiple times a day, you'll get something from Park and Planning, which is great because I've opted for it and I want to see it.
Yeah.
So if once a week I just got something that said, if you care about development, here are the applications.
it would be once every 2 weeks.
Because is that similar, like the master plans, pick a master plan, you can
Right.
opt in, and they do quarterly newsletters or something like that. I'm thinking it'd be same infrastructure possibly. That you have to opt in, give them your email, and then whenever the updates are, whether it's monthly or however often you do the update.
I mean, I think it's, and again, this is kind of taking my facilitator hat off, doing a lot of outreach over the years in lots of different places. A lot of HOAs don't do a good job of circulating information they receive out to their residents, right? So having an HOA as a point of contact, I mean, it could end up just one person sees it, honestly. And I think the same is true of civic associations. The other thing is that someone made this comment earlier. The turnover there can be pretty rapid, and it's like you've got someone's email address or phone number. It's like they haven't been in that position for 4 years, but you have no idea how to find out who's the person who replaced him or her. So those, you know, and it sounds like a lot of lists perhaps that are out there are the really active ones that, you know, are engaged on lots of different issues. That's great. They probably have kind of an ongoing presence. But I know in Prince George's County, like when we were trying to organize around Blue Line, it was like we couldn't get real contact with real HOA reps or civic organization reps anywhere along the Blue Line corridor from the DC line all the way out to Largo. So, you know, those lists, they're tenuous, I think. And so, like, how else are people finding out about it if my HOA never lets me know, right?
Facebook. People will receive my notice and they'll post it on Facebook for the community. That's another, like, so I find that there's an informal network that once people get notices, they start to, not saying it's perfect again, but you know, I think the more ways that you can kind of reach out to these folks, via email, via mail, you know, it just kind of helps to spread the word.
There is a trickle down, trickle out
Yeah.
effect that happens, but it's not guaranteed to reach everybody, which is why an opt-in could be good, because then people are proactively, you know, choosing to be part of it. And it's a little bit on them if they're not, but but there has to be outreach.
Next door is also another option where you
Yeah,
can
yeah, that's
post
a good
the opt-in option. The whole thing is that you're never gonna make everybody happy. So doing some level of, you know, increasing the effort to get the word out will satisfy that you're trying to extend the reach in terms of making sure that people are aware. And sometimes the loudest people are going to be the ones that have all the access. It's sitting in their inbox and they just didn't open it. So you can't please everybody.
All right, so with line 96, we're looking at opt-in, we're looking at potentially bi-weekly sending out the DR meeting agenda and perhaps expanding the range of apps and other tools that might be used to complement what's getting sent out by mail.
But it's not just the DRC list, because again, these guys, they want something earlier in the process.
That's as early as I can get it. So if they wanted it earlier, they have to get it from Gary and his team. That's the thing.
So so the requirements on you all now
Yeah, there's a pre-application. Before we can get to Christina, we have to have a public meeting.
Yeah.
But and I know with different projects, there are ongoing, you reach out to the neighbors, you reach out to the civic.
Right.
You know, Clarksburg's
So-
a good case because they've had
And-
active civic groups, so that's, you do that before, but
Right.
it's not formal process stuff.
Right.
But you're also sending that notice to planning, right? So if planning could put that on there also. I mean, it just, to be responsive to this, one of the complaints of some of the people who testified was they think the DRC hearing is too late. They'd like to hear earlier. And so just like attending a pre-application community meeting, they want to hear about it. So.
Not until they file, it's not public. And so I think to provide information ahead of time about maybe a proposed project that changes by the time they submit, that's not a good practice.
So-
And
Yeah, and also when Gary says he sends it to planning, he doesn't send it when it's happening. They send it afterwards to show it happened. So it's like, it's part of their intake process to like check the box. Yes, you guys held a pre-submittal meeting like you were supposed to and all of this. And that's why I'm saying DRC's kind of the closest I have to say this is a real project and it's out there. Because before it's accepted by us, it's just not a real project.
But from these, well, okay. I think from these
sure-
community interest
It
groups,
sure feels like a
they're
real
interested
project when you get
when
to
you guys are.
notice about the meeting. I mean, well, one thing you'll see, again, we'll be talking about, and I just want to put this in there for note it, is there's a lot of dissatisfaction with the pre-application meeting and an interest in having that meeting be conducted by planning and not by the developer.
I still think it's an issue because, well, one, just not to be too lawyerly, but I'm just like my liability red flags are raising to have planning taking on projects that haven't been filed, haven't been accepted. And I know it sounds harsh to say that they're not real projects, but they really aren't, and they're not public documents yet.
No, wait, they have been filed.
No, they're not.
At the
They're
pre-submittal
not.
meeting, they
When does
haven't
the
been
10
filed.
days run? How come you end up having 70 or 80 days for the pre-application?
No, you're talking about the pre-application meeting, right, Meredith? That happens well before they submit anything to us. When they submit to us, they have to submit proof that they held it.
And there's notice requirements that you have to post a sign 15 days before the meeting, but that's, park and planning is not involved yet.
Those are just
Well,
rules for the.
You can just change the timing there. You can change the timing some on the pre-application meeting because at least what I'm hearing from people is that often it's just concept drawings, show a lot of trees and there's, it's fine. I'm not casting dispersions, but it doesn't really tell people much of what they need to know. So it's something we should be thinking about.
Right, but if people want to know earlier, which is the point that Tom's saying he's hearing from people, then there's less information available like that. And if what we want is for them to see more real plans, DRC is the first time that those are in and that they're real plans for them to look at. Like that kind of already exists.
The intake process, because in my humble opinion, it takes way too long and therefore it's right at the time of the DRC meeting. I mean, what is it, like 2 weeks? As soon as you get the application, you'll have the DRC meeting.
So let me call time here because we're at 1:27.
Sorry.
I lost track of time myself. I think we have to start next meeting, continuing notification. I think intake needs to be another priority category that we make sure we address next time. There's probably a couple others. First of all, I appreciate everyone being so diligent and going through this line by line because I know it's exhausting. I'm exhausted. I do think we're making progress. I still do wonder how we're going to get through the whole list. So if anyone has ideas about how we kind of hone in on the most important things in each category, at least to focus on next. So because it just feels like there are some issues. And again, I'm not trying to diminish anyone's public comment, but there are some things that feel like we should really try and tackle earlier rather than later. And I think just going through the list sequentially is probably not the way to ensure we do that. So I think our planning team needs to try and figure that out. But if anyone else on this committee has ideas about how we can go through this in a more streamlined, expedited way, I'd really appreciate it, because this is just voluminous, right? And there's each one has its own peculiarities and linkages, and so there's not a perfect way of doing it. But I do want to make sure that on August 24th we can go through even more of it, and hopefully more quickly. And I'm open to all kinds of ideas about how we might do that. But I appreciate everyone's going through this marathon session. You should all take a 15-minute, brain break here. And
For my 1:30 meeting.
right. Yeah, tell them I'll give you a permission slip to be late. How's that? But anyway, thank you very much. See you in a couple weeks.
Logistically, the 24th is our next meeting.
It is.
There are meetings scheduled in September.
There are.
I do not have any of those on my calendar yet. Am I missing them, or?
I don't know. So
because my September calendar is starting to.
All right. So
If you
can we get calendar notifications out?
Yes, I'll ask Emily to send it out. I mean, I think they were all in, yeah, I'll ask her.
I was gonna say, I think I've seen the dates somewhere, but if,
You've seen them from me at the beginning of each meeting, but
yeah. But
that doesn't mean anything, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to get on
I'll real
people's
unless they're on my
calendars.
calendar.
Yeah.
I know.
Thank you
I know
all.
I could go put them.